Welcome to the silky smooth intro of what's up.
Well, hopefully it was smooth. I don't know if I'm gonna call it silky.
Well, yeah, the silkiness was a little lost, but we got a little bit of a pop in. You got a little title screen.
Mm-hmm.
Audio's going, video's going. Hello, everyone.
Hello. Hope you.
Welcome to what?
It's new and improved. Well, it's not very new, but I definitely improved it. I wasted 2 hours doing this.
New, improved, all kinds of stuff. Yes, if you want to understand what's going on, first of all, obviously there was that that was in stream, by the way, that transition from a title card to the main game footage. But also you'll notice there's a pip in the corner. We're pipped in.
That'll become relevant later. Don't you worry.
Yeah. So also you did a little bit of managing about some stuff. We are on usually. Lucky likes to run on ultra low. I usually run on low just to be safe on because I know that my connection out can be a little chaotic. But right now we're on lower latency, so there might be a little bit of stuff going there.
Yeah. So we will not be able to respond as quickly to you guys.
Yes. But we hope that we can still get like a smooth production because Lucky is also up the speed. Where we got that with the higher resolution, better frames. And also got the different stuff. No, I'm still showing me the warning about the bitrate.
Well, you guys were there watching us. Let us know. Like I said, I have fucked with the video. I have fucked with the audio. I have fucked with OBS in various ways. So,
we don't know. But it's not in the trash can. So
no.
So hopefully everything is okay.
Hopefully.
Let us know if it's not. Also, Lucky was trying to balance the fuck out of our audio, so let us know how we sound on audio-wise. Obviously, I'm recording the podcast audio for audio releases for patrons, and I believe our current sound levels are about equal.
Yay!
We're seeing so far so good in chat.
Thanks.
But all right, I think today's going to be an interesting episode. While Lucky was preparing the technical end of the stream, I made sure to note down a notepad. Just an untitled notepad to make sure I didn't forget anything I really, really wanted to hit up. And I have 10 items on here.
That's a lot.
Yeah, some of them will probably be fast. Like, some of them we may even have alluded to on Let's Look FGO. Came out today earlier. We hope you watched it.
Please and thank you.
Go watch it and go watch last week's. If you didn't already. I mean, I think it's doing okay. It's climbed to number 2. It's doing very well for having an old school thumbnail. We were talking about thumbnail stuff earlier as well, off mic.
Oh yeah.
I'm thinking of some ideas to maybe fresh up maybe some of our like stream thumbnails so that they're getting a little bit different and pop a little more.
Pop.
Because we want to make sure we pop. We want to make sure we're getting out. Because the views have shrunk a little, but I think that may just be due to the way the algorithm and recommendations handle things. I don't know if a lot of people are watching Alan Wake content right now, so I don't know how well that's percolating to people on the internet. But other stuff has done well, and obviously my impromptu pack opening, which I guess I should mention, that's not even on my list. But that I did as like a beta test for mobile streaming on YouTube. That did okay considering that it was my second try. My first try was ruined because YouTube mobile streaming with your camera is very finicky. It's very much particular. It's like, and it does the dumb thing where it assumes things for you.
Oh.
Where it's like, so we're going to go live, and what we're going to do is we're just going to assume you want front-facing camera and you want to be in portrait.
Oof.
And if you don't jump on it and push buttons, which is very hard to do when you've locked your fucking phone in a tripod so you can get a static shot, if you don't jump on it, like, it's like, fucking taking thumbnails with your camera. You have to, like, push a button to correctly set it to the appropriate resolution. So I got through some of the wrinkles. I don't think it's as much of a pain in the ass as I thought it was. You just have to, like, be aware that it's going to try and... I don't know why. I don't think mobile streaming is very big on YouTube, but apparently it tries to make it very easy for the end user, and in such a way makes it hard for me because I'm not just trying to be like, hello, I'm standing outside. Here is my face. Look at the outside. Listen, if you listen closely, you can hear my mobile data being sucked up and the money flowing from my wallet. No, I don't have unlimited data.
That sounds brutal.
I'm mostly at home on Wi-Fi, and I very rarely need data when I'm out and about. It's mostly just, phone calls and stuff. Very rarely I'll be out and about somewhere and need to, log into FGO really quick. But yeah, so I did that with Burst of Destiny, open it up. There was some fun stuff inside. If you haven't seen it already, do watch it. It's cool. I think it was okay. And I had it took a while for people to filter in, like I said, because I didn't announce it. But I got a decent response, some interactivity from chat. Some people actually tuned in. So check it out. I will, like I said, be doing that. I've already locked in my order for Maximum Gold Eldorado. A display box, 5 boxes of Eldorado booster packs. I think it's 3 per box. I'm going to have a lot of waste cardboard to throw out, unfortunately.
Oh, no.
But, we'll be sure to try that again, and I think it'll be okay. And I will make sure to, announce ahead of time on, Twitter and YouTube when I'm going to do it, so there's a little more forewarning and a little more pre-prep.
Oh, wait, I can't
You can
do this.
schedule mobile streams, too, but it's... Anyway. So I have several items on here.
Yay.
I have various things to talk about, because there's been some stuff going on. We've got some things to... And... hopefully we will not continue to be distracted by you yelling at us.
Hopefully not.
It's a good connection, guys. It's like a nice, cool blue with slight hints of green. But I don't know where, per se, you would prefer to start, Lucky. My list is not in any particular order.
No, just go for it.
Okay, well, I think, given the thumbnail and the pip, I don't know if we want to, sucker people into more news at 11, or if we want to just jump right into the big thing.
We could just jump right into the big thing. I'm okay with that. Let's just jump right into the big thing.
I'm sure this is what a lot of people are doing. I see some people playing it. I know you've been playing it. Blue Archive Global came out, and I'm very interested for your thoughts on this, because obviously you're into it.
Yeah.
And like I said, I'm kind of, curious. Your sign-in is? I kind of want to see what the buzz is all about, because I know people have been playing it, but mostly what I know about Blue Archive is just the unlimited fan art of 2 characters. Oh, thank you for your super chat, Psyche.
Thank you.
Ooh, that's a good turnaround.
Yeah.
2 hours, damn. Usually my rejections take much longer. But, I know obviously there's a shitload of fan art for 2 characters in particular. It's the bunny ones. Mm-hmm. I assume there are other fan art characters, but they're not as recognizable. Though I do, now that I connect it to the aesthetic of Blue Archive, I've started to recognize the Halo thing.
Yes.
And I'm sure we'll get into what the fuck that's about. But, I didn't really know anything about this game other than the characters, and I have actually, over the past couple of days, started seeing some ads on YouTube for this.
Mm-hmm.
But even then, they don't really tell me anything about the game, so I'm kind of curious what's up here. The trailers are the only thing I learned from the trailers is, other than that, they seem to be doubling down on this. It's like everyday life in a normal city, but also there's girls with guns, and I'm like, okay, well, I learned they have guns, I guess.
No, that's pretty accurate. So Blue Archives just kind of has that strange cold open of you're a non-specified person who got called to the big city of what they call it, Kivitos, to do something. You don't know what, but do something. Basically, there's a bunch of... It's an academy city, which is filled with a bunch of smaller academies. So there are high school girls everywhere. In fact, there's only high school girls. There's high school girls, and there's robots, and then there's you, Sensei. It's a little wild.
What nation does this game originate in?
Blue Archive? I don't remember.
I'm gonna go look this up.
So, Lucky will out himself. He has already spent $200 fucking dollars on this game because they're good at selling it. Because I wanted both these characters because I was playing the story with them. I'm like, oh no, I love them. How dare? I don't know what their fucking tier is or anything, but it's great. But you can see a little bit of the battle. Actually, yeah, I should actually probably do a little bit of the battle and show you. But so the story is basically there is no story. It almost seems episodic because, like we said, we have To do something interesting
Well,
here.
I think there's one thing we can at least say is despite how absurd you may think that is from the images you see upon your screen, the game has a tagline that it's an RPG about normal life, allegedly.
Oh yeah, I wish I could find the opening video of it where it says basically girls, firefights, dazzling days. I'm like, yeah, no, that's what this is all about. One of the things I do love most about this game is they actually do something I find actually a little unique. I don't know if you'll be able to hear it, Omega, but like I said, they actually have an input where you can actually input your pronunciation for your name. Oh, wrong one. And at certain points, they will just say your name, like right here. Like I said, there's Lucky, and that's the best I can get it to pronounce it. But when I hit this, it actually does a demonstration of what it will sound like when they actually call you by name. So it's, I'm like, yes, give it to me.
Yeah, I mean that's very interesting, and that shows us kind of because this will come back in later conversations about video games. But that kind of shows us what happens as these like genres evolve, right?
Oh,
like
yeah.
That was a very common thing where like, it was very common for gacha to have either characters who were supposed to be the player character or straight up like, I assume it was Kantai that propagated the Shikikan thing, but that was very popular, just commander.
Mm-hmm.
And then of course, Fate FGO has the perfect excuse, master. And then Arknights has, Doctor. As people like to write, Dokuta. But, they have the kind of thing going on. So this has the title, and also they can say your name.
Mm-hmm.
And with some customization. Which should not be surprising because, voice synthesis is going place.
Oh, yeah. Alright, so she's good.
So you've got like full body sprite arts, and then you've got cheapified sprite arts.
Yes.
I'm noticing. So all of these are labeled Gehenna Academy. Is that?
Yeah, that's one of the academies. There's several academies.
Okay. So all those guys on the top row were just Gehenna. All right.
Yes. Like I said, I have picked my schools, and Gehenna's at the top because they're not necessarily the bad ones, but they have a lot of problem children in there, and it's kind of
Well, hilarious. I was about to say, what I'm seeing if these units are all Gehenna is they seem to have a lot of reds and purples, and a lot of like dark colors and reds in the clothing, you know? And I assume since these are schools, there are something vaguely resembling uniform rules. Vaguely. We all know how fiction school uniforms go. And so I assume that means that there are probably common themes between the different schools.
Yeah.
So is it a purely aesthetic thing, or is it more of a like is it actually got some like mechanical synergy, like how different fleets in Azure work, for instance?
At the moment,
or is it more like different like companies and nations in Arknights, where it's mostly just like a lore thing?
It's mostly just a lore thing and basically a relationship thing. Actually, I can back out. I can get back there easy. But so let me pull back up my students here.
I want to say immediately, I think one thing this game has going for me over, say, previous Girls with Gun games I've seen is everything seems so fucking bright.
Oh, no. Like,
happy.
Here's the thing. Like, this is what I was worried about. It was going to be one of those things. Like, no, it is kind of everyday life, except there's girls with flashbangs and guns, and they just use them like they would use, like, what's the word I want to say? It's just like an everyday item for them. It's like they wield them like they would wield their cell phones.
Yeah,
but
that's what from the trailer it was like. Okay, so this is clearly a cute girls doing cute things, but with guns thing, which is its own subgenre. But like, as you know, I kind of clocked out of both Girls Frontline and Arknights. Ultimately, shocking that those two were by similar people. Arknights being by some devs who left Girls Frontline, because of just how, I don't want to say like soul crushing, but just it was very dark and gritty and glarg blarg, like like lots of suffering, lots of Pyrrhic victories, lots of man, real life sucks kind of a shit. And I'm just like, after the past couple of years, I'm not okay for that right now.
No,
Good,
like
guys.
Blue's Archive is good because there are serious things like we only have like one main story going on right now, and we're dealing with the Abdios. I can't pronounce that name, but it's basically these 5 right here. Basically their school, they're the only 5 students in their school because their school is under such crushing debt because of a natural disaster some years ago, and they're part of the foreclosure task club, which basically is their job is to try and raise enough money to, you know, pay off the debt. The story basically...
Well, assuming that by the way, assuming that the name is spelled, is meant to be pronounced the same way as the city in Egypt, it's, Abydos.
Abydos? Oh, that explains why...
Yeah, the Romanized version is, spelled...
Oh, that's interesting, because their city was swallowed by sand.
Yeah, that's almost assuredly the Egyptian thing. That is the Romanized way to how it's written in Arabic. Abydos.
But... So these girls are, you know, they have this super serious problem. They're trying to keep their school open, but it's very comedic. Like, at the same time, like, Hoshino constantly talks like an old man. He's like, I'm too old for this. And then Serika here is the straight man who's just like, you're the same age as us. Nonomi has, like, a no credit limit credit card that she's constantly trying to whip out and pay for things. And everyone's like, no, 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 no. Shiriko here is kind of a kuderi, but for some odd reason, she's really into the idea of pulling off a heist.
So, also, there's one thing I want to ask. I assume this is not quite, say, how Arknights is. They have, like... Well, actually, this is a good question. Is there lore reasons for why we have so many character designs with, like, horns and cat ears and stuff? Or are we just like, fuck it, we don't care?
At this moment, we are, fuck it, we don't care.
All right, so we're just like, artists, go nuts.
Mm-hmm.
It really it feels like, just from like a high level here, it really feels like what Blue Archive is doing is just, they looked at all the other gacha games and like, okay, how do we do this? What happens here? What do people like? They like tactical stuff, guns, you know, we'll give them the different categories. I can already see they look like they have the same categories as like Girls Frontline Girls, ARs, SGs, handguns. Whoa, that was interesting. Mortars! Oh, we've got heavy weapons. Excellent. I was briefly paused because I'm sure it wasn't for you because of the lag, but there was oh hey, you've got one of the ones.
Okay, yeah, there's 4 maids.
But what I was gonna say was you scrolled by a girl who had a very large and exposed bosom.
Oh yeah, no.
For me, I was shocked. It happened suddenly. But it definitely feels like they're like with the art design and stuff. They're just like, yeah, fuck it, do whatever. We don't care. Just draw whatever you want.
Hina and Aru are 2 of my favorites because Aru here looks like she's like some sort of, you know, classic evil villain. She even has, you know, the what do I want to call it? The evil face. I can't think of the. There's an actual.
Yeah, there's a term for the eye style. I don't remember it off the top of my head.
But no, she's an absolute sweetheart, and she's just trying really hard to be evil, and she's not that great at it. It's hilarious.
Oh, I love how tryhard girls.
Yeah, Hina's kind of the same way, but she's like super serious, but it's like you just bully her and she just turns to mush.
Oh yeah, no, I immediately got that one's small and smug. Got it.
Yeah, like let's see.
I see that tiny smug face. That's all one word, by the way, tiny smug face.
Wait, hang on here. Oh wait, did I set him up differently? Oh, I did. I'm weird. Why'd that happen? Oh, that's because this is on BlueStacks. Hang on, like.
Yeah, you probably have control buttons.
Yeah, like, so you can go here and... I don't know how well that's coming across, but...
I mean, I'm seeing you scrolling and selecting and stuff, so...
Alright, but...
You go for a head pat.
Yes.
But I do notice, and we were going to mention this earlier, every girl does look like she has a halo. Is there a reason for that?
Not explained.
Oh, it's just the aesthetic. Okay. Maybe they'll bring it back later.
Yes, bully. Bully. Oh shit, hang on, I'm gonna stop by the club real quick. I spent 100 of the premium currency to make a club. I called it Monster Musume because I was all like... Because I was like, whatever. I made it public. It just filled up with people. I was like, man, people really like monster girls.
Nice.
It is nice. Alright, so... With that though, I will go show some combat here. So... I need to finish off my guide mission because, like everything, it has its 7-day start thing where, you know, you do missions, get cool stuff.
Yeah.
But, actually, I'll explain this real quick. So here's something I actually kind of like. They separate their things into basically two main things, then you have all the small things down here. You have mission, which is just pure combat. There is no story. You just go through maps. Sometimes they give you little training stages to teach things, but it's just combat.
So kind of like FGO event quests or dailies, right? Free quests. You just do stuff.
Do stuff.
Gameplay.
And then you have story, which actually has all the story bits. And the interesting thing is not all oh, thank you. Not all pips have combat. If it has combat, it'll actually tell you it has combat. Otherwise, it can just be some reading time.
So definitely got what my vibes about, you know, taking a lot of the best examples, because I think that's something that FGO, for instance, does really well, right?
Yeah.
Is the blend of like no story event pips and then actual story content pips up to and including no battle pips.
The interesting thing about these combat pips is these use all pre-made teams. So you don't necessarily have... So they give you the tools to succeed already. To just make it in a way that...
That's pretty good. I mean, that was another problem I had with Arknights, was the fact that Arknights very often required... Not necessarily specific units, because that's always a plus for Arknights that I liked a lot, was the fact that they would very often introduce multiple units with the same role at different rarities, right?
Yeah.
So you usually have a unit who does a thing, but... They usually wanted very specific units to do very specific things against enemies, and I'm just trying to play a mobile game here, guys. I don't really want to beat my head against the brick wall for like 30 minutes.
We also have sub-stories here, which are just little daily slice-of-life encounters with your girls. As you can see, yeah, like, all the girls basically belong to some sort of club and whatnot.
Of course you do.
And that's basically how you basically have their schools, and then they have their clubs, so that's how you break them up. Like, the Prefect team and the Problem Solver 68, they're both part of the Gehenna School, also with the school lunch club. That's all those characters.
So
right
this
here.
gives you, I see what this is how the developers do cast herding. They basically put everybody in these little boxes so they can do shared story times, but without necessarily like freaking.
Yeah.
Well, we got a question in chat, and I'll ask it about you, because I'm depending on how the gameplay looks, I may or may not be interested in trying this out myself. You know, I do like to have casual time fillers after, in between, you know, big FGO grinds and other video game stuff. So I want to ask you, and somebody asked in chat, how easy and important is it about re-rolling?
So
like resetting everything.
Resetting is actually pretty easy. Once you install everything, you can go to... Where was it? Was it here? Oh, wait, hang on. No, I gotta back all the way out. You go to here.
Sensei.
You go to account. You just go to reset account. You basically click that. It'll tell you to put in blue archive. It basically deletes all your data, and you can do it in again. The opening intro takes a little bit to get through, but it's not that hard. You can do it fairly quickly. And like I said, they give you a free 10 roll. And you're guaranteed, you know, 1 3-star. Lucky was actually fortunate. On my third reroll, I actually got three 3-stars in one roll. So I was like, no, I'm good. I'm good. Because I got Aru, was it Haruka? I can never remember her name. No, Haruna. Haruna, and then Aimi. There.
So is 3-star our
yes
cap for rolling? Okay.
For rolling, yes. They do have higher rarities. When in my Met, like I said, in my Met $200 spree, I did go crazy. But I was able to get a second Shiroko. And you basically do something called unlock their mystics. So they start at 3 stars, but then they have 2 additional stars you can reach from there. Which is done like Princess Connect, is you got to collect little tokens. Little tokens you can get a variety of ways. You can get them from rolling, because when you roll, you get a resource called... What do they call it? Eglia. This middle schooler is adorable, and I love bullying her. But basically, you can buy them in the shop. If you rolled a character, you can buy their thing. The only problem is it starts out 1 for 1, but as you buy more and more of them, the costs go up. As you can see, I got like 586 right now, because I rolled a fuck ton, because I am dumb.
Yeah, I bet you did. That's okay. I should preface this, I did not say this as well. Like, I was thinking about saying something when you tweeted your comment about having spent $200, but then my thought to myself was like, no, that's about as much as I spent on cardboard crack this month. Like it's spread out through like, basically, PayPal Pay in 4, but I'm paying out on at least $200 worth of cardboard boxes. I have, boxes of cardboard I've bought this month. So I'm like, no, we all have our habits. We have our hobbies.
I haven't spent any on FGO, so I'm doing okay.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of which, I do need to pick up these. And let's see if there's anything else I want. So purchase.
So it takes you a little bit of time, but rerolling seems to be built in, basically.
Yeah.
We're not going for like rarity inflation. I think that's another thing that gacha games have started moving away from, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I know Arknights went for the full 6 stars, but like I've seen a lot of other games try not to go ham on the star ratios, at least at first. And if you've seen any experience, have you been using lower rarity units?
Yeah, because it's actually what's the term? Because like I said, you can get basically any unit. Like even though the lower rarity units start at 1 star, you can just move them up. There's no predetermined level cap. It's just you have to do a bit more an investment. Like, oh shoot, where'd she go?
So the usual stuff, you're not ruined if you don't roll a high rarity in terms of like gameplay. It's just you have to maybe go those extra steps.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Haruka is originally a 1 star, and I think I did it for one other. I can't remember who off the top of my head. Was it? I'm not sure. It's one of these. It's one of the Gehenna girls. I'm dumping most of my resources into the Gehenna girls. I have put some in other words because, like I said, unfortunately, not all schools are made equal. Because there are. Well, actually, let me get into the combat. Because
yeah, sure. Let's see some gameplay. Let's show the people at home the gameplay.
So let me go back to campaign. Go.
Because I will say this. I know obviously people will probably be thinking about this sort of thing because I know that Blue Archive has been trending off and on Twitter and stuff. So it's got the hypes right now.
All right. So this is one of the battlefields. Basically, it's just you got hexagons, and you can move your units throughout them. Not every battle is like this. Sometimes it's just you go straight into a battle, but this is how it is so far. So, okay, so you basically have all your stats here as you select them. Like we said, we have Aru. She is a dealer, which basically means a damage dealer, and she likes to be in the back. This means she hangs out in the back and tries to find cover. Her damage type is explosive. There's a whole, I think it's a 4x4 grid of damage types. But her armor is light, so she'll take extra damage. There are 3 types of field. There is urban, field, and indoor. And like you see, they each have an affinity with it. Aru is best at urban, which we're going to. That's why she's in this team. She has, because she's at 3 stars, she has, oh, excuse me, Jesus. She has all 3 of her skills unlocked, and I have them at level 2 because I like Aru. Basically that's how it is, and basically all their information is right here, so it's easier to plan like how you want to do that.
Yeah, I see.
Now these are your strikers. These are the ones that are front and forward. These are the ones that are actually going to be doing damage. You also have your special, which is 2. You get 4 strikers, 2 special. This one, Fuka, I like to use because she's a healer type. She has all these stats, but actually they don't really matter that much because she's not going to be on the field at all. But basically what her stats do is they boost the striker stats. Usually what's most important is her EX skill, and her and Chinatsu here have healing type skills, which I like to use because they keep me alive. It's very important.
Yep. That's usually very important. I know quite a few of these games have problems with unit attrition and stuff.
So with that though, once everything's ends, we hit mobilize. Now Aru's on the field. We basically have 1 unit, we get 1 square to move, and we decide. So I will move here. Oh, first I have to click on begin mission and start the stage. And begin mission. I have openly.
And how much of this was, just for everybody, because obviously your past tutorials, how much of this was, clearly explained to you at the start?
Oh no, they have tutorials for every little bit. I do believe there is a little bit. You might need a little bit of what's the word I want to use? Not necessarily foreknowledge, but it does. The game does in some areas kind of assume you know what you're doing already. But it's not that bad. Like I said, enemies will move, and now we're in combat. So, combat is mostly automatic. Mostly. We just gotta wait for it to finish loading. They show off your girls, they show off the team, and they go. Girls will automatically take cover where they can, and automatically fire. What you do have, though, is a cost bar here, which lets you use their special abilities. They have an interesting mechanic: is the less girls you actually have on the field, the less, the faster the gauge fills up. But if you have enough points, you can use their special and use an attack. Like I said, they basically try to
cut-ins.
Some abilities, while give healings, they will also make your girls move, which is good for making them get out of AoEs and whatnot. This becomes a problem later, where people are doing AoEs, but you can't actually move your girls anywhere. But you can have skills to let you do that for you.
Okay. Sorry, I'm seeing the little cut-in. Also, yeah, so this is our everyday life aesthetic. We're just cruising through the streets, and there's fucking robots trying to kill us. Play.
And basically, the full grid maps have probably like several fights in them. And then there's other ones, so just keep moving on. There's a tank!
Oh my. He's attacking you.
God, why'd that happen? BlueStacks, why? Why'd you do that? BlueStacks has been doing that for me recently. I gotta go figure out why.
What, like kicking you to home?
Yeah.
Oh, hey, Architect. Thank you for your special membership shout-out.
Sorry about that.
Oh.
I was debating on whether playing this on my phone or on BlueStacks, but I can pull more power out of BlueStacks since that runs directly off my computer.
Yep. There's occasionally BlueStacks yeetuses you.
Yeah, it's been doing that with me with Destiny Child as well, and I don't know why. I've been trying to do research like, hey, why is BlueStacks just kicking me out? And I'm just getting the most esoteric results from that. I'm just like, great.
Yeah, so nobody knows. Internet, if you know, let us know. But all right, so I mean, it looks fun.
Mm-hmm.
I'm definitely interested in this kind of like I said, this is an interesting aesthetic choice, right? Like, yeah. It's like, hey, we're going for like schoolgirls, but also with guns.
I mean, if you look at just
an aesthetic you cannot do in anywhere outside of the Asian sphere.
I mean, if you just look at the title slideshow, it's just like, yeah, no, these are just girls with guns living their best lives. I'm like,
yeah, I mean, like I said, I've seen YouTube's run the trailer a couple times as an ad, and I'm just like, wow, it looks like a fucking slice of life anime opening, you know, literally singing every day in English, and then, you know, also sometimes there's guns. All right, everybody's realized that it's been a new month and had enough days they can do membership. We appreciate you guys for your support, though.
You can set the bottles to auto and increase the speed. I'm just not doing it right now.
No, I mean, you're showing off for the people, Tom.
Yeah.
God, I really do need to clean up those membership badges. Do something about that.
Okay,
I'm
that
sure
was,
if somebody's
that was easy.
in game mode, that doesn't bother anybody, but it bothers me in night. And who doesn't use night?
Oops. Oh, something I actually did mention. I'm not gonna really show it off here because I want you guys to enjoy the short story. But you, as the sensei, is a little bit of a gremlin. It's kind of amazing. Like, one scene has one of your students like freaked out because you spent 20k not on giant robots. You spent like another like 20K on a gacha game, and you're like, no, I need this. And she's like, no, you don't. At one point, one of your responses can just be "hoomst." So no, I definitely appreciate the energy that I get to portray as Sensei. I'm like, no, they got me. They got me in this. A lot of this game is like, there is a lot of combat, but like there is a lot of just interacting with the students as well. When I get out of this combat, I'll show you the last few things, and then I'll go back to Final Fantasy. Because the interesting thing about this game is, this is actually, I think I'm going to complain about. Oh wait, I'm going to complain about is that the sense of progression isn't that great. Like most of these maps cost 10 AP to run, but the amount of experience you get from them is only 10. And as you level up, you know, the requirements you need to level up goes up, but you're still only getting 10 experience per fight. And the problem with this mostly is that your character, your student's level is tied to your level.
Ah. Okay, so it is bottlenecked a little bit.
Yeah, so it's a bit of a bottleneck. Now, a fun thing is because you can auto battles. Like right now, I can just set this to max speed, and this game will literally play itself right now. Like I have no more input right now. And if you get 3 stars on a map, you can do what's called sweeps, which costs nothing, but you basically just spend AP, you automatically clear the map, you get some drops from or whatever. I don't actually know if you actually take a penalty for it, but you can just literally dump all your AP at one go, call it a day, and go home if you want to. So it's actually really easy to pick up, do all your daily stuff real quick, and then just drop it off and go on. So if you're at a bottleneck, you can just dump your AP to get some quick leveling done and get out.
And I mean, I don't know if it seems like from its design and everything, if Blue Archive would be anybody's main gacha game, right? Because it is kind of going for that casual slice of life kind of aesthetic. That seems like that could definitely be the way you do it sometimes. Just like, yeah, okay, I'll just dump my AP and go home.
Like right here. Let me scoot back too hard. So like I got 3 stars on there now. Oh, I just unlocked the second one. I can now start the sweep. I can do it 2 times because you only do these hard maps 3 times a day, because in the hard maps you can get the stone things, the ellipse.
Yeah, you got one from doing that one just now. When you got that
so I can spend my AP to sweep. It basically just pulls it up. You get your mission, you get your XP, you go on with your life. Right now, though, unfortunately, I do not have much AP. I could recharge, which is actually a daily thing, but I'm gonna let it naturally fill up a bit.
Sure.
But I guess I could.
Not even that late in the day for you.
Nope. So, like I said, this is the guide mission. Lets you get 3-star Nozomi. I already got enough for it, but I'm just going extra hand because that's how lucky do. So I guess I was talking about, they have a lot of things to help you interact with students. So one of the ones here, all the students have little relationship stories. You got something called Momo Talk. Basically, every student you have, it basically shows their relationship with them, and when you hit certain points, you get little messages, which have which leads to little scenes, and it's just a little conversation. I think the Hoomps was in here. I don't know, but they're fun. So there's a little bit there. They can get the little screens. You have the cafe, which is your obligatory what do I want to call it? Decorating room, decorative room.
Yeah.
You know,
because we've got to sell you furniture.
Yep. You can also use this to increase, relationships and whatnot. Like I said, like all these girls in some way in some way or manner are just kind of into you, and I dig it. So, whatever. But then you also have something they call lesson, which is basically you just go hang out with your students more.
So definitely a lot of effort on the socializing, you know, doing the thing.
Yep.
You know, working with characters. Growing affection.
Mm-hmm. Oh, there it was. Yeah, it's hard to get them to actually say lucky, you know, with the so I just went with the long vowels, and it kind of works. It kind of works.
Yeah, I mean, I think, but I'm an expert. I think that is how the Japanization? I don't even know what the reverse of Romanization would be.
Mm. Yeah. All my students. Let's see here. And you can only do so many of these lessons a day, so you gotta kind of...
Of course, it's a mobile game. Of course, you gotta... You've got different, you know, areas and stuff obviously being unlocked for different schools, etc., etc.
Let's see. I need to unlock more of this area anyway.
Yeah.
There we go. More unlocking. Perfect. But that's 4 of my tickets. And... let's see. I think that's pretty much everything. Crafting is crafting. It's a little weird, but I don't think I necessarily need to go super into it.
No. If what you said is, you know, true, it seems like most everything is explained to you as you go through. Got a little tutorials and stuff.
Yeah. Like, you have bounties and commissions. Those are just how you get, like, you know, your items and your items to upgrade items and all that stuff. I don't think there's anything there, but... no, that's it. That's Blue Archive.
Yeah.
So.
It seems interesting. Like I said, I find it kind of interesting their aesthetic approach here.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's very direct and straightforward, and it feels kind of like a attempt to make a you know, much more casual, approachable game.
Oh my god. Yeah. So, yeah, no, I'm gonna keep at it as I can.
Yeah, I may or may not try it out. I got stuff to do also though, but we'll see. Usually, when a game, you know, freshly drops, is the perfect time to jump in. So they want you to sign up and do stuff.
Anyway, with that though, we will switch back to Final Fantasy, and we'll turn off BlueStacks.
Save you some supu.
Yep, save me some, just a little bit.
Just chilling, staring at some people having a conversation. Perfect transition. I'm actually going to pause the audio for a second and go step out.
Alrighty.
Stretch a little. And I'll be right back. Bye. Grungo. Audio's paused. I will be right back.
So, with that, Omega is off. I will eyeball this burrito I have. Robin, I have not figured out how to buy furniture either. I have made furniture, though. I do know I can make it. I've made some cool stuff. I made an arcade cabinet. I made some walls. I made a chair. The only problem, it seems like crafting is kind of random, so I don't know. Where the fuck did I get marmot meat? Whatever. That's my life. Alright, so it's Final Fantasy time. Yeah, this is the reason why I wanted to do Final Fantasy and then just show off Blue Archive for a bit, because I don't think I could play Blue Archive for, like... well, I could, but I'd have to be dipping into my fucking gym stash to keep refilling AP, because it'll go pretty quick. So that was that. Let's see. Let's check out the stream strength. Like I said, this is one of the things I figured out. I figured out how to fade between scenes in OBS. I have not played the Slime Gacha game myself. I've seen it, but unfortunately, I'm trying to not to get into too many gacha games because I'll be like, oh no, I like this. Like, fun fact, another gacha game that came out that I kind of want to try, Revived Witch. I want to try that one and see how it is. Because it looks like it's some cool pixel art, and pixel art is great.
Oh. Okay, I'm back. Audio unpaused.
Unpaused.
Well, I don't know about the slime one, but I know that the Konosuba game is actually news a little bit lately because they had a collab with ReZero, I think. I mean, I don't think anybody else. You know, you're not required to do anything with the gacha. I'm down to one gacha game myself, but you know, it's okay to explore the space, to try things.
Well, that's what I like doing. Like, I usually like to try new games as they come out and see how they fetch. The only problem is Lucky is entertained easily.
Yeah, that does happen.
So, oh, I forgot to. Yeah, whatever. I'll be fine.
Actually, before we move on fully, and I will throw out the Blue Archive technically second on my list, but I wanted to see if we wanted to get out there early. I know a lot of people are here for the gacha talk, and I know that lately we've kind of relaxed on that a little bit. So, but how's rules? Like, is there a pity system?
Oh yeah,
you know?
Yeah. There's a pity system. I can't tell you the rates off the top of my head, but 200 rolls gets you enough points to just pick the 3-star. That's how I actually got my Hoshino. Like I said, this is the reason why I spent $200, because originally I was only gonna spend like 80, but then I got to what I want to say here. I got to a rollin'. And then I was all like, but I want to keep rolling. Like, I had, like, people in our gacha game channel were like, no, Lucky, don't. And I was like, yes, Lucky, yes. And so I started getting closer to that pity rate, and I got me a Shiriko. And the problem was, this was the problem of Lucky had, was like, oh no, I love these characters, because the first story deals with, because the rate up is on Shiriko and Hoshino right now. And the first story is dealing with that group, so I was like, you're basically...
Oh no, it's the FGO problem.
Yeah, they're getting characterization and stuff, and you're like, oh no, I love them. I need them.
Shit, I like this one.
Pretty much. So... that fueled that desire, because I was just planning on sticking with what I had, but unfortunately, I got by story. It's like, oh no, my heart!
Well, and when it seems like your story is aiming for, you know, well, like you said, there are still serious problems, still approaching, like, fucking schoolgirls' normal days, adventures, whatever, like, it probably makes it a lot easier to write simple stories where you just let character writing shine through and, you know, hook people that way. God, that is...
A what?
That thing you're fighting.
Yeah, big.
Ugly. So what is it? Antlion? Some other breed of horrible Final Fantasy.
Yep. I'm playing a Blue Mage right now, and the thing about Blue Mages is they basically get the enemy skill ability from Final Fantasy VII.
Yeah, that's what Blue Mages do. Blue Magic is you learn enemy abilities.
Yep. So, oh, there it is. I have to see... I almost died from... I did die from that. Okay.
Rip.
Okay, I just gotta be more careful with that, I guess.
Somebody in chat posted the actual rates of the gacha in Blue Archive. 2.5% for 3 stars, 18.5% for 2 stars, and then the remaining 79% is for a 1 star.
Yeah, if you do it...
And does that mean it's characters only? There's no
yeah,
extra...
there's only characters.
Okay.
So it's interesting.
Is there I think there's another very important question I forgot to ask earlier. Is there a real estate racket?
No.
Thank God.
Well, because that's an interesting thing. I was actually checking about this. Blue Archive doesn't have a lot of characters. They're kind of like near reincarnation about this. Is they'll add new girls and whatnot, but then they'll also like add talking about the bunny suits and the oops, I went the wrong way. the bunny suits and like summer versions.
Yeah, so so the bunny suit version would be an alternate of, I don't know her name in my head, but that one girl, because she was a maid on the game already.
Karen and I forgot her name already, but yeah, no, the bunny girls, they both turn into the maids turn into bunny girls.
As you do.
Also, Psych, yes, I'm also waiting on Talk to OP, but the anime is good enough for me right now. I actually gotta check up on some information. Because Talk to OP is doing the interesting thing that, like, Uma Musume is doing, is that they're releasing media for it first before they actually release the game.
Mm-hmm.
Asuna, that's her name, thank you.
The people know.
The people do know. Everyone goes mad about maids.
Who are also bunny girls.
Who are also bunny girls.
I mean, I know because fucking I'm on the Twitters.
On the Twitters.
The only thing I'm on the... Well, no, that's not entirely true. I'm on, if everybody ever wonder how StudiOmega can have a decent Twitter experience, I only use Twitter for two things. Following artists I like, because a lot of artists post art on Twitter, and hey, desktop finally fixed the crop.
Yeah!
You can now get full images of everything there. But the other thing is to get news updates in a timely manner, because looking at people's websites like a cretin is so year 2000. I don't want to have to like go to like 90 different individual websites to check if they've posted news articles or updates or anything. Especially because some websites don't even fucking do that. This is my current curse at Atomic Mass Games, who took over Star Wars Legion and X-Wing. I don't think they know how news articles on their website work, so everything is posted to Twitter or on streams, but also they do streams I don't care about. No offense to them, but they post way too many streams of them painting minis for their Marvel game, and I'm like, nah, that's cool.
Not for me,
but
fam.
What about tactics? I want to know about new plastic spacemans.
All right, now you're doing Tails. Oh, that still killed me. Jesus.
Very funny. But you'll be amused by this.
Okay, maybe I can't do this.
But apparently, Lucky, I didn't realize it because I'd fallen off the wagon a little. But apparently, the AA5 speeder truck,
yeah,
was so good and popular in Rebels list, double bus lists they call it, because it looks like a bus on the.
Yeah.
Were very popular. They were very meta. They actually needed some nerfs in the latest.
You had to nerf the space truck.
Yeah. Double buses full of Wookiees was an actual like cutting edge rebel list in Star Wars Legion. Just cram Wookiees in the bus, dump them out, park it, let them go.
That's great.
It's pretty funny.
I miss space truck.
Legion's done some interesting things. They're doing a lot with vehicles. You can actually, like, as Rebels and Imperials, run, like, double ATST or double Snowspeeder lists, which was fucking unheard of for, like, the first 2 years. So, doing interesting things. Going places. But, yeah, so that's always good to hear. I've talked about this before with, like, FGO and also with some other stuff. The old, the many extra greebles of the gacha is sometimes annoying. But, pure character stuff, if they have a limited list and are mostly on alts, that's interesting. Like I said, I'll probably try it out myself when I've got some. But in this case, as you have transitioned back to the 14, let us go ahead and move down to, I think, the second thing on my list, since we talked about there. So I want to tell a tale of games also, because I talked about, like, for instance, it seems like Blue Archive learned a little bit from some other gacha games, as you do, as the space evolves.
Yeah.
I want to talk about what happens when you do the reverse of that, when you take a blast from the past. So I should qualify this story by explaining why I ended up with this. First of all, if you don't know, guys, actually, if you have a PlayStation, open up your PlayStation, go to the store, check out the deals and sales section. PSN is actually really good about regular sales. Like, not only is there a like retro and remaster sale, but there's also like just a November sale, and it's not even like a Black Friday sale yet. I'm sure there will also be additional deals around that like week or weekend. But like, they do actually do these deals. It's a little on the in-app PS5. The sorting's a little weird. Like, you can tell it to sort by price, but it's the normal price of the game, not the discounted price. So that gets a little weird. But you can like filter for like bundles and full games only, so you don't accidentally like look at 50 season passes or just individual DLCs. I think I brought this up on Let's Talk when we were faffing. But for instance, Final Fantasy XIV, which, while Lucky is on PC, you see displayed on your screen right now, is apparently the complete collection is like half off, I think, on PS5, and so is I don't remember if it was 50% off, but there's a discount on pre-ordering Endwalker.
Oh wow.
like, because we're pretty close to that. So, like, they're like, yeah, no, big sales, go in.
Go.
So I was perusing that because, as I discussed earlier, I did order Astrea Ascending, but that was through a third-party dealer. It was out of stock on Amazon, funnily enough, considering some other stuff that happened. And they sent it USPS, so it was very much like, it'll be here sometime in these 2 weeks. And I really should learn my lesson about this. They really don't mean the end of the 2 weeks usually.
No.
You know, once usually the delay with the USPS is the shipper being, I don't know about lazy, but like not being lickety-split about it. Like, usually the delay is they create the label and the postal office doesn't actually have it yet for like 1 or 2 days while they're, you know, loading up and processing. Then once it actually gets to the post office and starts flowing through the system, that usually only takes a few days. Yeah. So like, last I checked tracking, USPS was like, yo, dog, this won't be here until like the 15th, you know, like start of next week. And I'm like, okay, I need something to occupy my time. I tried to New Game Plus Guardians of the Galaxy. It's still a little too soon for me. It's all the same stuff. I consume that game very fast, so it's like, okay, I can do some different dialogue, and I get to keep all my upgrades and costumes and even unlock some new costumes. But, like, it's still fundamentally the same game. The experience isn't that much different. It's just easier. It's mostly like to hunt collectibles and stuff. So I'm like, okay, it's cool. I appreciate it. Don't feel like doing that right away again. So I needed something to fill some time. So I'm browsing through all the sales and stuff, and they got all kinds of stuff. They have a lot of good deals on games I already own. You know, Horizon on discount. A lot of stuff that's on the like PS Plus collection or PlayStation Greatest Hits, you know, on discount. Shadow of the Colossus, I think, was on sale for a little bit off, etc., etc. So I'm like, okay, I guess I could bust out some of those titles. I could check out some stuff. And then I was just wandering through, like, you know, deals or whatever, and I see pop up to me a PS Plus exclusive discount for quite a few dollars off. Killzone Shadowfall. It was only $8, and I'm like, okay, I've never played Shadowfall. I like Killzone. And I do, actually. I've never talked about this, and I probably haven't too much because Killzone has been I don't want to say a dead franchise, but a sleeping franchise for a long time.
Hibernation.
Yeah, they're in hibernation because those devs, Guerrilla, are the Horizon guys. So they worked on that PlayStation killer app and the sequel to that killer app. So they're a little bit busy. I never played the original Killzone because it was on PS2. They didn't really... So the developers have said they didn't really intend for Killzone to be the quote-unquote Halo killer, but it was definitely... Halo was popular. Yeah, the Guardians be good. But Halo was popular, sci-fi shooters were big, so Guerrilla tried to kind of create something in that vein. The aesthetics are very different. For instance, there's no... Well, that's not entirely true. There's some, like, alien animals, but there's not, like, aliens like in Halo. And honestly, Killzone's a lot more of, like, a smaller scope. It's just about a couple of planets fighting each other and stuff like that, you know. No Fate of the Galaxy kind of shit. But they came from similar places, but I got into Killzone on the PS3, Killzone 2 and 3, which definitely we're going for a very different aesthetic from Halo at that time. That was much more World Wars in space kind of a thing. You know, the Helghast themselves are very obviously taking, you know, aesthetic cues from the Soviet Russia, Nazi Germany, right?
Right.
With added sci-fi stuff, the gas masks, glowing red goggles and stuff. Very iconic style.
Oh, yeah.
So much so that I think it was out to represent Killzone. I think it was Colonel Radek from Killzone 2 made it into PlayStation All-Stars.
Oh, wow.
Never played, but that's what I heard. That's pretty... So I really like those games. To give you a brief summary of kind of how the plots go, to tell you where we got to Killzone, which was a PS4 launch title. That's how far back that one is. And it's a little bit of a far back. But basically, the first Killzone, the Helghast, who are kind of like a weird subspecies of humans who live on a hell world of awfulness that has energy resources, magic space rocks that do space stuff. They invade, you know, peaceable stand-in for Western society planet Vecta. Then that's Killzone 1, is you kick them off Vecta. Killzone 2 and 3 are you go invade Helghan, their homeworld, and at the end of Killzone 3, the remaining Helghast-like leadership, they have a little bit of a fight because at the end of 2, you end up killing their leader, their Stahlhitler. So he dies, it turns into a martyr thing, they resurge, so you're kind of the underdogs in 3. But the two, there's some internal factions they start to fight, and apparently their grand plan is to use super magic space nukes to blow up Earth because the humans are worthless and inferior. We're gonna blow up Earth. It's all their fault, actually, that they fucked us over. You stop that, and you, I can't remember if it was accidentally or deliberately, but anyway, super magic space nukes get used on Helghan, and deplete most of their population. Some of them survive in some nooks and crannies, or they're off-planet. So that's where Shadowfall starts, and the setup is basically because Helghan still has the energy resources Vecta needs. Vecta offers to split their planet 50-50 with the Helghast refugees, and it turns it from being, World Wars in space, especially World War II aesthetics, to Cold War in space. Literally, there's a giant wall dividing Vecta from New Helghan, right?
Oh, geez.
And there's checkpoints and shit, so it's like, it's very East and West Germany, right?
Right.
So, they go for this kind of, like, whole Cold War, like, espionage thriller type stuff. And I think that some of that stuff they do is interesting. You know, the first two first two Killzone games I played were traditional FPS stuff. You know, army man, go, shoot, jump out of stuff, kill these guys. You know, there were some bosses, there's some vehicles, and stuff like that. This definitely goes for more of a like slow thriller approach. But I gotta say, the opener of the game is a little rough. It was almost. I almost concluded it was not worth the $8. It was a little close. The first chapter is just a really extended tutorial. You're yourself the main character as a small child, leaving the Vectan area to get across the wall because the Helghans are moving in. So you're evacuating. This teaches you how to like jump over things and crouch. There's a little bit of a cover system and stuff, and kind of like avoiding sightlines and stuff. At the end, your dad, who's super cool, gets horribly murdered by the Helghast for no reason because they're awful, and you get adopted by the Shadow Marshal, one of the International Space Agency's Vectan space guys, Spec Ops guys. So you get adopted by a spook. Hey, guess what? You grew up to be a spook. Who could have guessed? So you're a Shadow Marshal now. You're an adult, and you do special operations stuff. It's not handled super great for the way the game was. There's a couple of things that rub me the wrong way about some of the early levels. First of all, it does a thing that I know you don't like because you've talked about it, where they kind of sort of try and frame it like a stealth thing, but it's not really a stealth thing.
Oh, yeah.
They do not give you a silenced weapon in those early missions. I've gotten to later levels. Later levels do the stealth stuff really well. They actually give you like suppressed weapons and like cool interactions and stuff, and I'll talk about that later. The early level, they do not do that. They do some interesting things that I think are neat, and some of which I think are a little overbalanced. I think the thing that most struck me was you can tell this game it's obviously like a PS4 launch title. It is pre the, I would say, mobility revolution of Titanfall, right?
Oh, yeah.
So, like, the most mobility option you have is you have a little robot buddy. You control him with the touchpad because it's a brand new PlayStation game. Of course they do. It's like how every motherfucker wanted you to do 6-axis stuff in PS3, right?
Yeah, I remember that.
So, like, you swipe in different directions to set different modes, and your robot buddy, one of his modes is just zipline. You can just if there's a flat area of ground that's lower than you, you can just zipline, which is very convenient. It's nice. You can even shoot from your zipline and stuff. It's cool. His other functions are weird. He's got, like, a stun mode to, like, temporarily incapacitate enemies. Literally don't know what that's for. And then it's got attack mode where your robot buddy flies out and shoots enemies. Or it has shield mode. It gives you cover. Gives you a shield you can shoot through so you can kind of like make your own cover if you're in a bad space. But yeah, there is a tactical echo. You can hold the button to do the pulse spot thing.
Nice.
If you hold it too long, enemies automatically find out where you are.
Oh, interesting.
So you kind of have to play this balancing game where the longer you hold it, the wider your radius. But if you hold it too long, enemies automatically get alerted to you. And I'm like, okay, that's okay, but it's not a permanent mark. It goes away after a minute or so. It does mark objects of interest, but it does not mark them very obviously. Like, if this game was made today, it would have, like, hovering icons or, like, outlines highlighted of stuff, right?
Yeah.
For items, because it just does that for enemies, and that's pretty good because it tracks them through walls and stuff. But the problem is that most of what your stealth is, because, like, you can kind of crouch, you can kind of hide behind cover.
Kind of.
Yeah. I mean, you can actually, if you are crouched and you push up against cover, you automatically get in cover. That's a kill zone. So, that's good for firefights. I don't know how well it works for enemy lines of sight, because, like, for having these stealth elements, there's no mini-map, there's no, like, vision cones, there's no, like, sensor bar to let you know you're about to be spotted. Honestly, actually, I think there's a lot of problems with that. Like, sometimes it's very hard to tell where people are shooting you from, for instance. It only gives you the hit markers, and enemies you haven't scanned aren't highlighted at all. So, like, usually you can see the glowing red eyes, but this is a PS4 game. The visual fidelity is actually pretty good. Some of these areas, like the first mission map, is in, like, a forest that's pretty densely populated with, like, trees and rocks and stuff. So sometimes you lose track of enemies.
I think they're going for that FPS gritty realism kind of thing.
Yes, they're definitely going for, like, okay, you're just a lone guy against the world. Like, they're trying to go for more of a thriller espionage thing, but they don't go full stealth right away. And I'm like, okay, guys, I'm just getting murdered here. Like, literally, if you get spotted, alarms go off. If you don't shut off the alarms, enemy reinforcements will come forever.
Forever. That's not good.
They literally tell you, reinforcements will not stop unless you hack the alarms. You cannot manually hack the alarms. Your robot buddy has to do it. So if your robot buddy's doing something else, he can't hack the alarms, and also he takes his sweet time doing it.
No!
Now, you can pre-hack alarms if you know where they are, but like I said, they're not very clearly identified on your scan. You have to, like, scan it, and you'll see a little white diamond put up, and if you point at the white diamond, your HUD will pop up and say, hey, that's an alarm, and you're like, oh, that's an alarm. But when you're, like, just starting out, you know, you don't know these kinds of things. So, like, those first couple levels were very rough. Like I said, they kind of do this half-ass stealth thing, and they don't go full ham on it until later. Like, later, I got to, I think it was, like, Chapter 6. They give you a full-blown actual stealth mission. You have been captured and interrogated. You've lost all your gear. So the first chunk of the level is just your voice of the internet connection tells you where to go to avoid patrols. You have to, like, actually, like, pause and wait for guys to pass you by.
Oh, that's legit still.
Yeah. And you can't do anything about it. And then when you go further, they actually give you stealth weapons. They hand you a suppressed pistol. You know, you have options to pick up more. And your voice of the internet connection is like got a silent sniper rifle covering you, so you can be like, drop that guy, and he drops. And then later, they switch it up. They pass you the silenced rifle, and you cover your buddy while they go in and infiltrate. Like, it's really good. And I'm like, holy shit, where was this for the first 5 levels? The other thing is, you can tell it's an early-gen PS4 game. Like, the game's, like, clearly, like, reveling a little too much and, like, look at all the graphical shit we can do. Everything is first-person, including the cutscenes. Mm-hmm. Including cutscenes where you're stuck traveling places or in elevators. So you get these, you know, grandiose shots of all these environments they can build, which are kind of different from some previous Killzone environments, right? Like, you're in kind of like an urban war zone kind of area or urban sprawl stuff. But, like, sometimes there's just really long elevator rides for no reason, and I'm like, geez, guys, you couldn't speed this up? There's not a really good way to, like, skip dialogue, especially if you die. Oh, it does this annoying thing, which I think Killzone did before, but it's really annoying in this era, where, you do have regenerating FPS health. It takes a little bit, but it kicks in. If you want to regenerate fast, you have these things called adrenaline packs. You take an adrenaline pack, and you heal up to full, and also when you aim, you get a little bit of bullet time. It's kind of nice. Mm-hmm. You can only carry a maximum of 2.
Oh.
And those early missions are not very generous with the drops. And now, admittedly, like, the first mission is you literally go to, like, a park outside, like, a hydroelectric dam. So you're in the middle of the fucking woods. It makes sense, but also it's like, but guys, I'm starting to get my bearings. You couldn't be more generous? Like, the stealth mission section is, like, way more generous. I had way more adrenaline packs than I could use. It's got a weird difficulty curve, is what I'm saying. Mm-hmm. But your little robot buddy can auto-revive you if you have an adrenaline pack left and you go down. Okay. So there's a little bit of wiggle room.
Okay.
But if you've used up your adrenaline packs and you haven't found more and you've checkpointed past using them, they don't replenish if you checkpoint. You're treated to you have an extended animation where the game does not actually end and reset right away. You have to wait for the enemies to run up and taunt you.
Oh no!
It's one of those first-person shooters. So yeah, the Helgest guys have to, like, salute you, or, you know, Tusken Raider cheer, or just put a bullet in your noggin, and then the game resets and loads you to the last checkpoint.
I feel like
where you may or may not be covered in guys.
I feel like I would enjoy, like, because I don't necessarily mind, you know, the seeing, like, your enemies above you kind of thing, but it's one of those things that it's okay, like, maybe the first 5 times, but after that, you're like, okay, I've seen this.
No, it's every time you die for real. You got to go through the animation and wait and see what one of the, like, 5 animations they're going to do and reset, and it's like, okay, guys, I get it. You know, that's part of the part of the spirit of this game is kind of like the personality that the Helghast have. It's, they're known for their enemies who make these big grandiose speeches. Though I do think one of the guys, it's a terrorist who runs an organization called the Black Hand. His speeches are just shitty, and I don't like him. I can't wait to murder him. But like it's they're kind of in the right direction, but it's clearly like, okay, we had some technical limitations here. Like, you can't skip intro cutscenes unless you wait long enough for the level to load. And I'm playing this on PS5, by the way, and it still takes it like a minute to do the whole loading back end. And I'm like, okay, that's a little annoying. That like you have these front-loaded cutscenes where I have to listen to my handler yell at me about how we must get the deterrent. We have to get the bioweapon to deter them. You can't trust these people, Lucas. And I'm like, I don't know. One of them saved my ass, and you didn't. So, yeah, there's like not really a double agent, but like you meet a Helgen spook on the other side, and she's like half human, half Helghast because they're like a subspecies, but you can still interbreed. And like you decide to work together to stop your people from going from Cold War to Hot War. And I'm like fairly certain that my boss Sinclair is not gonna want to not go to Hot War like an asshole. Even though he's my new cool bald space dad.
It's like, do you remember what they did? We can't let them do it again, Lucas.
And I'm like, yeah, they shot my dad, but also, literally, I've been investigating the squalor of their city, and it's gross, and we're just going to be shooting these weird nerds with awful haircuts. Seriously, all the civilian Helgen models have, like, the worst, like, Hitler comb-over bowl cut, and I'm like, ugh. Your analogy here is a little weird, but I think that's what they're going for, right?
Yeah.
They're meant to look like, recognizably, like, East German civilians. They're just minding their own business. But they live in squalor in giant towers of shipping containers underneath the main city, and they have to deal with, horrific checkpoints and curfews and all that other bullshit. And you're like, man, it's gross over here. We really shouldn't fight these guys. We should maybe not go to war because, our bioweapon that targets the Helghast people, because they're a subspecies of humans, I guess, would fuck over others. It would fuck over hybrids, too, like our buddy Echo. She's cool, other than the times that she tried to stab me, but it's okay. Lots of people try to stab me. I try to stab people. But the other thing they do in the early missions that's really annoying is, I'll say this, one of the things I liked about Killzone was weapons. They do a decent job with giving you some fun weapons to use. First of all, they have very distinct designs. Almost all of the Helgen weapons, for instance, use drum mags or helical mags.
Oh, interesting.
So they have a very iconic design. For instance, the Helghast pistol is a, single-stack automatic pistol, but it's got a helical mag. It's got an 18-round mag that's just like a cylinder on the front, so it's very distinct visually, right?
Right.
Their submachine gun has the front-loading helical mag, like the real-life Bison submachine gun, which is Russian. So, like, it's got these kind of interesting things going on. And the other games had some fun weapons, like in Killzone 2, for instance, you could get a flamethrower, obviously, with the World War I and World War II parallels. You could also get, like, a lightning gun for sci-fi stuff, and a bolt gun, an exploding nail gun. Very fun. In the third game, they upgraded this to, you could get you could swap your sidearm for a triple shotgun pistol.
Oh, scary.
Like a tri-barrel, so you could pop, pop, pop. And you could get the upgraded version of the lightning gun. It was kind of like an evil radiation gun that makes enemies explode into ludicrous gibs. For fun.
For fun.
So, Killzone Shadowfall does an unfortunate thing to that, where at least in every mission so far, you have one gun you can't put down. You have 2 weapon slots, you can't drop one of the guns. So you're already heavily restricted in what kind of weapons you have access to. And unfortunately, for those early levels, the gun they give you that you can't drop is a shitty one. I think they thought it was cool. It's like a weird hybrid railgun thing, so they reintroduced alternate fires, which is a big thing in the first game that I never played. Mm-hmm. So you have this railgun that can switch between being an assault rifle and being a sniper rifle that you charge up. It's awful, I hate it. It only holds 24 bullets normally, so it's already got low ammo for an assault rifle. It doesn't necessarily seem to do too much more damage than any of the other guns in the when you charge it, a fully charged shot takes about 12 shots. So you get 2 fully charged sniper shots per mag, and then you've got to fucking reload, and you have to charge the shots and, like, it's awful and clunky, and I'm just like, I want to get rid of this. And I can't imagine the developers were thinking, we designed this really cool gun model. It's got this double mode thing. We want the players to keep it. They can't throw it away, even if it's shit. And I'm like, but I still don't know why they didn't. Like, the fucking first level, the first actual level, the first chapter, like I said, is just a playable cutscene to wander around as a child. But the first real mission, like, it has a tutorial, like, tap alt fire to switch to long range mode. For no reason. You don't need to snipe. It's not required. You could, honestly, the best thing you can do to stealth is to just walk up behind guys and melee them. And they actually do a cool thing where, like, if you melee two guys close together, you can tap the button again to, like, throw your knife and insta-kill a second guy, right?
Nice.
So, like, you can chain kills a little bit. So, do all that, but, like, why? Why am I required to do this? It's not even, like, the sidearm is the required. And that's the thing they do in the stealth mission is you are given a silenced, Hellgas pistol by plot, and then you can't drop that. But that's because you have a stealth weapon, so that makes sense. But also, I think it cuts into the unfortunate philosophy of, one, why I think FPS games give you two weapons, but also how I like to play FPS games that give you two weapons. That was a thing that I think Halo popularized.
That totally
was the old two-weapon swap.
No, no, because before that, you could just literally carry all the fucking weapons.
Yeah, like Doom and the first couple of, like, Star Wars Dark Forces games, Marathon, for instance, you just carried all the guns.
All of them.
Halo was, like, one of the first big games to be like, no, you only got 2 slots. So, usually how I approach those kinds of things is I, like, you pick your different weapons for different uses, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, like, usually, like, in FPS games, assault rifles are kind of your, all-rounder. They have a decent rate of fire, but a decent magazine. If you're going to run into a lot of guys that, you at medium range, usually you want, like, a decent rate of fire and a decent damage. You take care of that.
Marth does have a point. GoldenEye for the N64, that was all the guns.
Yeah, that was also an all the guns thing. But so, like, You usually want, like, your assault rifle is like a medium range thing, right? Deal with lots of enemies at once. If you're dealing with enemies over, like, longer open areas, I usually like DMR type weapons, marksman weapons.
Mm-hmm.
And then if you've got, like, really long open spaces where enemies are very hard to see, usually that's when sniper rifles are better, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because you want to use those for, like, precise shots or for, like, really heavy duty enemies if there's bosses, which in Killzone there are kind of like mini bosses. You sometimes have to fight like these big armored drones. Do some stuff with that. And then, like, if you're doing a lot of close quarters, FPS shotguns are usually the way to go. Maybe you take a pistol as a backup weapon. And oftentimes pistols usually have a balance factor. Like, either switching to your pistol is faster than reloading your assault rifle, or if you're playing like Halo style, the Magnum is a pocket sniper rifle. It's like one of the most powerful single-shot weapons in the game. So, like, you have reasons to do it. I think that's kind of where some of the Killzone stuff did. The ISA, the good guy faction, was known for their big honking revolvers in Killzone that had the disposable cylinders. Like, you would literally dump the cylinder on the floor and slap in a new one for, like, a cool space thing. And then, you get heavy weapons for, like, specialist shit. Rocket launchers, LMGs, that kind of stuff. So, by forcing you to only be able to choose one weapon, that really kind of, like, irks my playstyle a little bit.
Oh yeah.
Now they did bring back alt fire, so the standard issue Hellgas assault rifles usually have underbarrel weapons.
Mm-hmm.
I've spotted 3 so far. Some of them have, like, a Master Key style, like, underbarrel shotgun. Some have the standard issue underbarrel grenade launcher, and some of them even have underbarrel homing rockets for, dealing with armored targets. The problem is, as far as I can tell, that seems to be either semi-random or just decided by whatever the developers thought the guys should have, and you can't exactly tell always easily what kind of sub-weapons you're going to get on this. So, like, there's a little bit of flexibility, but it just in general kind of rubbed me the wrong way. Like, in Killzone 3, you could actually have 3 weapons. You have 2 main weapons, and then your sidearm is a separate tab. You also only have access to 1 type of grenade in Killzone, which isn't even... Halo did, you could switch between the 2 kinds of grenades, for instance. Plasma frags. You can only carry 1 explosive, so you have to decide between, like, EMPs to disable dangerous drones, explosive frag grenades for humans, or C4s for, like, control and stuff. Control detonation. So, like, I feel what they're going for, like, this much more, like, limited tactical espionage type experience.
Mm-hmm.
But there's also some really weird steps, considering this is still an FPS game. Like, They don't have a lot of the stealth subsystems. They're going for a little bit of like the grit and grittiness, you know. Again, like I said, there's a lot of like Cold War themes and like, you know, working with the enemy to stop the greater enemy, kind of sneaking around in urban areas. But I don't know if I would recommend it as an FPS game because of like those elements, right?
I feel like it's a game you play because you like Killzone, not necessarily because you like FPS.
If you do like Killzone and you've never played Shadowfall, if you have PS Plus and can get the discount, I do think it is worth the $8 if you want to see. Like, plot-wise, I think the thing they've done with the storytelling of, like, okay, where do you go after you nuked Helghan? Well, you didn't get all the Helghast, so they had to move somewhere, and they moved to Vecta, and now we have a Cold War, you know, right? Like, that actually does interesting things with the story. They've done some interesting things with, like, the tech aesthetics. I know that was what some people complained about, that, like, when we got to the PS3 and Killzone 2 and 3, some of the good guy stuff kind of, like, went down in some quality. Like, your body armor looked very modern, because Warfare was popular. The ISA assault rifle is literally an M16, but bullpup, you know? So, they've kind of switched that up. Like, not only do you have the VSAs, like, your standard good guy gun that you have is that railgun thing I talked about that's very high-tech, but, like, they have a lot of, like, clean white plastic stuff. You know, the things you can get access to are, like the Helghast are still using, you know, pump-action shotguns you can pick up, but if you get, like, the ISA shotgun, I think it's ISA now, Vecta, they have, like, you know, AA-12 style fully automatic shotguns with drum mags, kind of, right? So, like, they play around a little bit with, like, some of the aesthetics, and they do have a decent weapon selection. My main problem is just the fact that, like, you can't enjoy that weapon selection very well. You're hard locked to one gun, and it's a gun I don't like using, and then you get to pick other stuff. But, like, it's got some interesting aesthetics. So I'm gonna keep playing it. I'm gonna finish it before I go to Astrea Ascending, because I did get that early. I actually hiked out to my mailbox at 7 o'clock last night before we did Let's Talk FGO because I realized it had been delivered because Lucky was talking about picking it up because it was back in stock at Amazon with the 2-day shipping, and I was like, oh, well, I should double check where mine is. And it was like, oh, it said it was delivered today. Because we haven't checked the mail. And I, you know,
Fish!
Out, get it. So I'll keep playing it. Like I said, the game grew on me. Like, it seems like some of the later levels are actually doing some of the stuff they wanted to do a little bit better. And like I said, I kind of get where, like, they can't do the straight up, because, like, the war ended in 3. We blew up their planet, possibly by accident, but also with guns that they designed to blow up Earth. Reminder, the Helghast are not necessarily nice guys. Of assholes.
Oh, Syke says he can actually hear the Final Fantasy now. Good.
It's good. Our audio balance is good.
Yay.
Nice, it's working.
It's working.
So I'm going to keep playing it, and I understand why they need to go for, like, this more of, like, a Cold War thing, but, like, the fucking infinite reinforcements on alarm and stuff is just like, okay, all right, guys, calm down. If we're, like, trying not to make this, like, a full-blown, out-and-out, you know, traditional war FPS shooter, why the fuck are there unlimited spawns of Helghast troopers with assault rifles? You know?
Yeah.
But, okay. Scooch. Now, Lucky, I know obviously you were working technically down a list, but do you have anything in particular other than Blue Archive?
No, again, I meant to actually write up a bunch about anime this week, because I do want to talk about Taco P Destiny. I want to talk about Ranking of Kings.
Yep, I know you've been... people, you should check out the power of our Discord. I know Lucky occasionally rambles in anime manga about some of this stuff.
Yeah, no, you know, 86 is still very good. Like, there's a lot of good anime at this core, and I want to talk about it. And there's still things I need to catch up and watch, too. But, again, like, it was like 2 hours ago, I was hanging out on Final Fantasy. I was like, alright, it's about time to post up. Because Omega usually gets me the thumbnail, like, 11 p.m. noon my time. And then, you know, I usually wait until about 2 to actually make it.
Yeah,
but,
unless I'm completely devoid of ideas, I will usually, after I, like, fully get up, get breakfast, check all the business stuff to make sure everything's running, you know, post Let's Talk FGO and things, I'll usually cook up the What's Up thumb.
But so I don't usually fire off a minute, because usually I like to think about stuff like what am I going to stream and what I'm going to do and all that stuff. But, like, today, so when I thought, I was like, okay, I'll do some Final Fantasy, and I'll maybe do some Blue Archive if people want to see it. And like when I got onto that, I remember I watched some Hololive streams in which they were doing like really smooth scene transitions. I'm like, and I was just all like, I want to figure that out. Because here's the thing about my work ethic. I have a horrible work ethic until I actually start working on the thing.
Yeah, no, I understand that feel. That sometimes is how it feels for me. I'll put off stuff for ages and ages, and then it's like, when the bug bites you, it's like, no, come hell or high water, I will do the thing.
Yeah.
I think I was like that the other day I talked about how I vacuumed my room recently. Mm-hmm. It was like that. I did that at like 10 o'clock at night. Luckily, there's like 2 doors between me and the greater household, so it's not a problem. And we only have 1 floor now. But like, it's just like, no, once I get clear of all this other shit I got to do to prep for this and that, I am vacuuming this fucking floor.
Yeah. I
will do it. I'll do it at midnight if I have to, so... When you get into the thing, it can definitely sweep you away.
Actually, make it look.
And people have been saying the transition stuff looks smooth.
Yeah, the transition looks smooth. Like, I hope the resolution is a lot better for a lot of y'all. Like I said, again, we can't. Again, I apologize that we had to switch down to low latency. So we're a little bit delayed, so we're not hearing you as quick. Because I think I timed it once, and like ultra low latency was like 8 seconds. I never actually tamed time to...
Yeah, it's like 6 to 8. I think low is like 10 to 15.
Yeah.
And then normal latency is like 30 fucking... It's awful.
Awful. So, there's that. But like I said, I'm going to try and work out some more things. We
have allegedly still been getting that alert about the bitrate, but none of you have complained about anything on stream on chat, so I think it's fine.
Yeah, like, I mentioned this earlier, but again, like, I upscaled the resolution, I upscaled the FPS, audio. Like, the audio thing was bugging me because, we're probably going to talk about it at some point today because I want to talk about it. But, I was listening to the Sprawl the other day, and I was like, man, I feel like we're really, really quiet.
I'm a list.
So I was like,
yeah, and I haven't listened to the video version because, like I said, we record those separately. Just
yeah,
podcast, but
yeah. So I was listening to it. I'm all like, okay, I know I usually dial down the audio because I want to try and balance things out, but maybe I should like do something. Like I said, like you guys you didn't see it, but I was constantly recording, listening, deleting recordings, fiddling with adjustments, recording. I said, this is testing, while I'm like going through different applications to check sound levels.
Yep.
It was a while.
Yeah, that's usually what because I know that, for instance, because of the Zeus thing last week, I recorded a back half to Let's Talk FGO that some people said was a little quiet and weird, and occasionally I have to do that myself because your mic settings will get adjusted or whatever, and usually I do 1 2 3. This is a testing. Tap. Sometimes I tap the mic, then I play it back to myself, and I'm like, okay, I sound like I always do.
Yeah. I was actually thinking, I mentioned this in our pre-show, I'm actually thinking I might actually think about upgrading my setup a little bit here. Actually getting a new mic and actually getting like a more higher end mic. Well, I say higher end, but I'm probably gonna get me a Yeti and get me the special I was actually looking at, it's gonna cost me like $400 total because the mic I was looking at is like $160. The boom is like $90. Then it has a filter, and then they have a shock mount. So when you bang things, it won't transmit up the entire
Oh, interesting. So it will be the end of the era of
bwong. Yeah, no,
I tried to do a fake bwong, but I tapped my nail, it didn't work. You can't fake a bwong.
You can't fake a bwong. But I was looking at it like, that's $400. I was like, Jesus.
Yeah, serious tech usually is a little bit of an investment.
So that's definitely going to be on my work list. But I'm probably also going to see about maybe getting, not necessarily, well, see about getting me a new desk so I can maximize my desk space. Because right now, like, I'm on a fucking, oh god, what do you want to call them? Just a plastic collapsible table for my desk right now.
I think those are usually called card tables.
Yeah, card tables, thank you.
The kind of thing that when a sudden game of cards breaks out, you throw out the tables.
Yeah. That's what I'm on right now, and for most oops, I didn't mean to use that ability. For most intents and purposes, it's fine. But, like I said, like, I don't necessarily have enough space to have everything. Like, actually I had to do some rejiggering today because I figured, I wanted to adjust my mic so I can probably bring it a little bit closer to my face.
Mm-hmm. That is the thing about, because we're both using the same type of microphone. It's polar, so there's a very specific area where the sound is really good and intense, and it cuts out a lot of noise. So, for instance, this is me leaned up on my microphone, me literally less than 6 inches away, sitting back. You can tell the difference, people.
Yeah, so, like, I'm trying to speak into my microphone more, but like I said, I'm also playing a game, so I have to turn my neck slightly back otherwise.
Yeah.
So, the Yeti mic, I think, is more omnidirectional, which has its own problems, because then you can pick up a lot more stuff, but shoot, I'll get some soundboards. I'll throw those up on my wall. Break up things. Because that's the thing, like, every day well, not every day, most days, I think about how to improve what we're doing here, and most of the times the answer involves money. I'm like, God damn it.
Yeah, unfortunately. Like, for instance, talking about me doing mobile streaming, like, that would be something I would have to look into, would be, like, as opposed to doing it from my phone and making it mobile, would be like, hey, do I get just a camera with a USB and, like, I got a tripod already. I can, throw, like, a GoPro on that and see what happens and, run it that way. And I'm sure OBS would love to, take an external camera output.
Oh, yeah.
But that would require me to research cameras, prices, figure that out, because I've never done that before, and I'm not afraid of that, but that's definitely not, like, throwing myself into something completely new is not usually my first choice because, that's completely unknown ground. So I like to look up for stuff. And a lot of people apparently do pack openings just from their phone and stuff. But I will continue to improve if people watch the thing. And like I said, people got more interaction on that.
There it is.
If we get the feedback and we think it works, we'll try and dial it up and improve. And we take your feedback.
Bonk.
And I talked about with Lucky in the pre-show as well. I personally, my latest improvement thing is thinking about thumbnails.
Oh yeah.
I think most of our thumbnails are pretty catchy, but some of them are not necessarily the catchiest. I've been wondering about like YouTube recommending, Alan Wake and stuff, and why maybe Kina and Alan Wake did not do super great. They're a little lower, and that's not universal. Like some fail portrayals do really well for some reason. Like I think the Ice Barrier one has almost 200 views right now, which is pretty big for a stream for us. That's, I think, bigger than some, what's ups in some weeks. But I'm wondering if okay, so just the thumbnail of sneaking the logo in somewhere, the rounded logo on the a title splash for the game, is that enough? Maybe not. And I'm thinking about okay, I see a lot of people who do unified backgrounds or borders. So what kind of border would I want to put up for us? Maybe leave some corner slice so we can put a number in if we need to.
I mean, if you want to, I looked at the idea you got, and I could just literally recreate that, but move it around a little bit, if you want.
Yeah, if you want to, if you can throw together a template that I could start for, we would just have to, like I said, I'm not sure what color to use yet and stuff like that.
I can go through I mean, I'll mock one up with the usual red and black, because I looked at it and I already got an idea of what I would do.
Okay, well, if you want to throw me a mock-up, I can try and standardize our thumbnails to that, and then.
Yeah.
Do my usual magic of tucking in tier ribbits and logos and stuff.
Oh, shoot, that reminds me. I need to get you the tier ribbit pack.
Yeah. I need a high-res asset pack so I can include more funny tier ribbits placed. For instance, with, what was it, Bloodstained, where I did Pope tier ribbit in the hand, Mm-hmm. And for Kina, I was able to get a very small image of just the tiny tier ribbits and just replace all the rots with them. I don't know if people caught that detail a lot, but it was very funny. And, just those little touches, I think, add a lot to a thumbnail. Mm-hmm. Honestly, and I think consistency, both versions of our Let's Talk FGO thumbnails do okay. This week, I think we talked about it on there, but in case you guys didn't hear it yet, this week, there's a lot of news, but it's not actual news, so it was what the fuck does Lucky do for a thumbnail? He actually sat and thought about it while I was out getting my package.
We only had, that one new CE, but the people weren't, there just wasn't anything.
Yeah, there's not enough stuff that actually happened to do anything about it, so I was okay, what do we do? I don't know, I'll throw something in there, and I spent probably too long, editing the clip-outs of Himiko and Ibuki, and I put the new CE in it and the 24 million downloads and some rare prisms, and it's number 2 right now, compared to some recent videos, so it's doing okay. I think that the newer thumbnails catch a little bit better because Lucky's done a lot to give them a lot of little detail that pops, but I think either can work depending on what stuff we put in it, but that's why we include stuff like the banners and the different servant arts and, the clean logo text. It kind of makes everything pop, but also is very... Oh, though, speaking of view numbers, so this is not on my list, but this is something I figured out today because I was looking at it. I was double-checking our analytics. Lucky, I think I've cracked why that one fucking episode of Anime Power Hour keeps popping.
Why?
And has 3K views.
Why?
I double-checked the source. It's mostly from playlists and some dumb motherfucker on YouTube has a playlist where they've put like every video clip that references Caligula, like the movie, in there. And because we talk about the Caligula effect, I think either in the thumb or title, not the thumb, in the like description or title, it's in a playlist, and that's where all our fucking views are coming from.
That's
is like
so
people
weird.
are just going through this playlist, and I'm like, what the fuck? Hey, whatever works, I'll take a view. I rejiggered our monetization so it, does all the ad bits just in case, and maybe it'll make us a little more money, but I'm like, what the fuck?
Oh, God,
But
no.
that's,
Anime Power Hour is so shame. Don't look at that. It is there just to remind us what not to do.
Yeah, no, we learned a lot trying to do Power Hour and realizing that we can't contain ourselves to an hour. Faff time is better.
Faff time is best.
And that's why What's Up exists now. And it's okay. We don't delete them because they are a very important step in how we learned, and I think some of those were probably funny. We did some interesting stuff in there. Nobody watched it, but I think the hour where we just lied on the floor and rambled about Devilman Crybaby is important for our growth as human beings. But without Power Hour, we would not be here doing What's Up, right?
No, Ark, don't. No. Just appreciate
free
it.
money, but also you could do other stuff. You could this is like what was it, 161, I think? There's a whole 160 episodes of What's Up you could go back and binge. But yeah, so that was just something I noticed the other day while I was deep in our guts of analytics. I'm like, oh yeah, we keep getting views on this. What the fuck is the source? What is it says playlist? What playlist? And then I opened up the playlist, and it's just a list of videos that have Caligula in the title or about it. I'm like, wow. That, and also there was a very weird, scammy, horny playlist that was titled something like JAV Hot Spring Uncensored.
What?
And then it's not that. That's the playlist title. It's like a bait thing. And then it's just full of random videos that involve the words like massage or hot spring or something in them. Because we also talked about hot spring in that episode because it was spring season. And that was, I think, the My Hero episode where there was a hot spring. And so, yeah. But I'm just like, wow, people trying to, do weird playlist funneling on YouTube are weird. I wonder if it's bot accounts doing it. Because obviously that's a problem. I think YouTube is doing pretty good about catching spam. We've had a new brand of bot spam for a while that I see the alerts for, but by the time I get to the channel, they're gone.
Oh, yeah.
So after reporting them a couple of times, I think YouTube has figured out the bot copy pasta.
Mm-hmm.
So that's good. So I don't know if those bot accounts have a bot playlists, but it's weird. But hey, we figured it out. And like I said, I'm not upset or anything. It's just fucking weird. Whatever. I'll take the views.
I don't understand people sometimes. That's all.
Yeah, no. And to be fair, only 11% of people who click on it stay longer than 30 seconds. So not a lot of people see our shame. A lot of people are probably clicking through this weird Caligula playlist and what the fuck is this? This isn't about the movie Caligula from 1981.
I saw that movie. That movie was a trip.
Weird. It's gotten fucking Malcolm McDowell in this Caligula. Wild. Every man as I am no man, therefore I am. Look up on your movie history, kids. Though that does actually, I can use that to springboard to a YouTube site. If we're okay with marketing.
Go for it.
Because I found a new YouTube channel.
Oh no.
Oh. Okay, so I don't know why I got recommended this, but I just was. It's that algorithm thing. They're getting on me. And there's some other stuff actually, to talk about a YouTube channel or style of YouTube video I'm not into, I discovered I'm not into these. I got recommended some, probably because I watch a lot of DIY stuff for dice or miniature creation, Bob Ross painting stuff, visual arts things. I got recommended some diorama videos. I quickly discovered I cannot watch those.
Really?
It gives me anxiety because it's the step-by-step process of building the diorama, so there is so much cutting of tiny styrofoam and firing tiny modeling clay bits, and I'm just oh no, I don't like this. There's way too many fiddly bits. You're making me antsy. I know you're not gonna fuck it up because you recorded it, but it makes me nervous dealing with all this tiny stuff that's so precise.
Mm-hmm.
I would rather just look at the finished product, right?
Right.
But the YouTube channel I was recommended by Dear Daddy YouTube is called The Operations.
Interesting.
And can y'all guess what this YouTube channel is? It may be one of the most YouTube-y YouTube things I think I've ever seen.
YouTube-y song.
That at least it doesn't involve live action shit.
Oh, okay.
So, like, this channel is animated battle reports of historical battles narrated by a dry British gentleman.
Oh, no. That sounds amazing.
Yes, I know. They're great. It's not all historical stuff. Like, I think the first one I watched was, it was World War II. It was about something around the D-Day area. But, like, there's quite a lot that are newer, like Desert Storm. Even, like, one I caught the other day I watched was, like, an incident I didn't even know happened in, like, 2020. But it's you know, it's full of stuff like that. And it's just, like I said, it's these little, like, you know, Google, not even Google Maps, but just like big, you know, Atlas view maps of these areas, and it's got little symbols for like different units and divisions, and it draws the arrows and it moves them. It has little explosion animations. There's, you know, dramatic music in the background, and it's just this guy slowly explaining to you what happened. You know,
that sounds therapeutic a little.
Yeah, no, it's like it's a different kind of zen from like watching Bob Ross videos to go to sleep, but it's just kind of relaxing to just, you know, hear him talk about, you know, thinking they were locked on by Exocet missiles, the USS Missouri launched her chaff pods, and I'm just like, ooh, chaff pods. Oh, they set the phalanx to auto engage, you know, and it's stuff like that. And it's also, you know, it's really interesting to listen to this kind of stuff. I've already taken, I think, some inspiration for some of it for some of the Star Wars design I'm doing, because I'm working on the next bit. But, like, it's also just, you know, I like history and documentaries and stuff. So it's, like, it's really relaxing. It's very simplified, you know. There's just, like, a brief intro, and then it's just, you know, little animated PNGs, you know, moving across the screen, doing stuff, you know. When, like, you know, if somebody's, like, firing, like, a missile or something, the little animation will come up, it'll go over, and it'll, like, you know. And it's pretty precise to the moment stuff. You know, he goes so far as to be like, one of the missiles failed to engage and fell into the sea. You know, it's pretty blow by blow, but in a like short way. Like some of the engagements are like 5 minutes, but other big ones are like one of the best ones I watched was he has a lot of stuff that's like the Desert Storm, right? And it's just the days of the engagements. Like, I watched a 20-minute one, which was just day one of air engagements, which is fucking wild. Like, okay, guys, say what you will about the second time. There was definitely some interesting and ill-advised directions for Gulf War number 2. The first one, that was, you know, a UN resolution calling on Saddam to get out of Kuwait, and he didn't. And boy, howdy, was it an exercise. God, it was tens, if not hundreds of thousands of Allied aircraft.
Wow.
And all that stuff. And like, it does the backdrop and explains why it's happening, right? Like, Saddam refused to pull out of Kuwait because Iraq's economy is entirely dependent on oil, which is very depressed right now, thanks to Kuwaiti drilling and stuff. Because Iraq is, you know, bajillions of dollars in debt from their war with Iran. And also buying, I didn't know this, but apparently at the time, the 5th largest air force in the world.
Oh, wow.
And it was even said that allegedly Baghdad was the best defended city on the planet in terms of like AA and air radars and stuff.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, so it's not like that first time. Well, it was a little bit because it was a coalition of like NATO forces. It was a little bit like, you know, the 800-pound gorilla punching a 5-year-old, but also not, because it's not. Iraq under Saddam was not a 5-year-old. You know, it was a regular human lifting weights. He was not a match for the 800-pound gorilla, but that's because, you know, the Gulf War is really interesting technologically, because that was like the first time a lot of NATO countries got to flex what they were holding on to for the Cold War.
Oh, yeah.
And, oh boy, was it some interesting stuff. Like, this was very relevant to me thinking about some of our next Star Wars stuff, and I recommend that video to you guys to check out. But it starts with talking about a flight of B-52s leaving an airbase in Louisiana to go engage Iraq. And to be on time for the G-Day, the actual invasion day, their round trip flight was 32 hours. These B-52s take off in Louisiana, they fly to Iraq, they dump a fuckload of cruise missiles to fly into Baghdad and blow up air radars and anti-air guns, right?
Right.
And then they immediately turn the fuck around and fly home. And I'm just like, God damn, like, that's one that is a testament to force projection, one of the most important things about modern warfare, but also just like, wow, that is some dedication. There's another fun anecdote. They talk about they sent in the Nighthawks, our first big stealth bombers, into Baghdad, not knowing whether or not there were enough air radars in Baghdad to see through the stealth. There wasn't, luckily, but it was a concern. And to maintain operational security, the Nighthawk operators couldn't call home and confirm that they'd done their job, which was to bomb a major communication center and disrupt enemy communication line. So, there, first of all, you've got stealth bombers, loitering over Baghdad. And so, because this is 1991, or was it 1990? It was the early 90s.
It was early 90s. I can't remember to save my life, but it was early 90s.
But, so, the guys in the Ops Center have a brilliant idea. This is the first war that anybody's engaged with 24-hour cable news. They turn on CNN. CNN's got a guy on the streets in Baghdad talking about how he can hear planes overhead. CNN's feed is being rerouted through the International Communication Center, which is the bombing target. So, the TAC room watches, they see CNN lose their feed to their reporter on the streets because the satellite has been cut, and they cheer because they know that the Nighthawks have done it. And it's like, that's just those are some, truth is stranger than fiction shit that I love.
Oh, yeah.
Like, the stealth bombers can't fucking call home or they'll blow their cover. So what do they do to confirm it? Oh, wait, fuck, we get CNN.
Actually, that reminds me of... Oh, God. So, back in 2006, when I was in the military, I was in the U.S. Navy, we had to do the evacuation of... Was it Bahrain or Lebanon? I can't fucking remember. But we had to do an evacuation. It was a big evacuation of getting all the U.S. citizens out. We had no idea what was going on. Our commanding officers didn't have no idea what was going on. But lo and behold, we turn on Fox News, and there they are saying that the USS Iwo Jima battle group is moving to evacuate the citizens, U.S. citizens from the war zone. We're just all like, man.
Wait a minute, that's us.
Yeah, that's us.
Oh, yeah, that's a really weird thing that I don't even think fiction touches on a lot. Is like what 24-hour cable news does, because especially in America, where freedom of press is a constitutionally protected right.
Yeah.
Right? Like, the Army and the various arms of the Department of Defense will lean on you, but like, and that's why OPSEC is so important. But if CNN has a fucking guy, there's nothing you can do about it.
Oh yeah, no. When I was in the Navy, I was part of the USS Iwo Jima battle group. We were like 6 ships. Yeah, we did the evacuation. It wasn't like hellacious. It was intense though. Like it wasn't like super crazy, but I saw some shit, as you do.
And some of the videos I watched were even talking about like dismantling the Iraqi Navy, for instance. Mm-hmm. They did not mention. I don't think they mentioned the Iwo Jima by name, but they talked about some amphibious assault vehicles had to do some stuff.
Yeah.
I also think this may have been the last time some of our American battleships got to flex their muscles, because they talk about actions. I mentioned earlier, the USS Missouri and the USS Wisconsin actually did some coastal bombardment, which is about the only thing our battleships are good for these days.
Listen, it's all about that air power, yo.
Yeah, air projection is key. They talk about missions being launched off carriers and stuff. It's a big deal. But sometimes you want to blow up a guy from very far away, and you can't put a gun on the ground. So guns that are on boats are good for that. And we pounded him pretty good for the soften up. And I mean, like I said, I don't want to make it seem like we bullied Iraq or anything. They made their choices. They talk about, for instance, when talking about fighting the Navy and dealing with anti-ship missiles, about how the coalition forces didn't blow up one of the anti-ship batteries because the anti-ship missiles were hid in a girls' school in Kuwait. And we didn't think to look there and blow it up because, we're the good guys, allegedly. And that's the kind of shit we sometimes have to deal with. And it's really interesting to see the different history. It's also really weird, like, they talk about how, like, I don't know why Saddam did it, but I guess it was to protect his core infrastructure. But, like, all the frontline units at the crossing in Desert Storm were, like, conscripts who didn't want to be there. And after, a couple of hours of dealing with being shelled by, 1st Armored or B-52s, those guys just fucking surrender. They're like, we don't want to fight. We're done. Take me out. So much so that processing prisoners of war actually, like, slowed down the advance in places because we had to deal with so many guys. It's a really interesting channel. Like I said, it's all done this appropriate level of energy and slightly intense dramatic music in the background. God, I love this. This is perfect. And I'm like, I am absolutely behind this channel. actually have a sub yet. I should sub.
Yeah,
I did not yet. I'll
put me in, coach.
Yeah, but I see like popular uploads: Desert Storm Day 1, Desert Storm Ground War Day 1, Black Hawk Down, Mogadishu, Battle of Midway, Sinking of the Bismarck.
Ooh.
I see some other ones, Battle of the Coral Sea. I've seen Hunting the Tirpitz is another one I've seen recommended. So yeah, there's some. They got a wide variety of, like I said, from anywhere from like, modern warfare to
World
Wars and all that stuff.
Yeah, World War I and II.
Yeah, so there's some interesting stuff there. But yeah, that was a good recommendation, and I am for that channel. And if you are interested in this kind of like military history stuff, and like I said, just for inspiration and stuff, some of the like D-Day videos I talked about in the air stuff, I was like, oh, I can take this when thinking about like how long you guys are gonna have to be in the air because you're gonna do a dam busters.
Mm-hmm.
I think that may have been actually a video I gotta run down because that was an actual name of an operation was dam buster. But now it's like almost like a trope of the military. But yes, that was one of my big I discovered a YouTube channel.
No, it's pretty neat.
Yeah, and I now share that with you. I let it out into the world to let you know about a cool thing I found, as I like to do. But okay, let's see. So I got some different stuff I could jump on there. We could, for instance, jump to Star Wars stuff, because I have been working a little bit. I am almost done with the actual mass combat stuff, and then I got to clean up some stat blocks for possible personal stuff. I can actually tell you I'm completely done with the phases for Short Sail, the attack on the supply base.
Cool.
I thought about actually doing full-blown mass combat phase, interlude mass combat phase, but since you're probably going to be flying solo for that, I was just nah, I'll just focus on the mass combat, and if complications come up, then we can just insert some personal combat, if things happen. I am expecting that you will probably succeed because you're good at this.
Yes.
I knew it to cheat, force dice.
I am a hack.
You will probably succeed and get your objectives, but because it tells me to, I wrote failure conditions, for every phase. What happens if you fuck it up somehow? Oops, all blanks,
I mean, it's technically possible. I probably don't want to be spending dark side pips.
Yes. Or, the much more likely is you could accidentally roll oops all advantage and then the negative dice just roll some failures. Well, shit, failed technically, or I'm not going to succeed very well. So, what does that do to the mission clock and stuff? So I got that out. I don't know if it'll be spoiled. You want to know how many phases I have planned for that bit?
I don't know. Let me know. I'm curious.
5. It's 5 feet.
This is a long one.
Yeah, I had some decent investment. I had some thinking about the different stages from naval approach to the last one is mop up, just after you've succeeded in your main goals, polishing off any remaining enemies or hard points.
This reminds me.
Or alternatively, if you fucked it up for 5 phases, you're being mopped up, so you need to get the fuck out of here. Like I said, don't think that'll happen, but I planned for it in case.
Just in case.
Just because the dice are supposed to go that way, Yeah. It says you're supposed to plan for what does success and failure mean, so I figured it out.
Yeah, no.
And I think that'll work because we're talking about alternating between you going and then the other party going.
Mm-hmm.
The bombing run is 3 phases, but they can repeat.
Oh yeah, because it's got a circle.
Yeah, because basically if you get to the end, you've successfully passed over the dam, you've dropped your bombs. I have a damage factor for how that'll work out for actually damaging it. They'll have to loop back around and do it again because they have to, break off, circle, and reapproach, which will give, time for enemy air cover to engage them again, enemy air defenses to shoot at them again, etc., etc. So, if they get done first pass, which is theoretically possible, they could, they could have a gunner, which will probably be Loth. He's pretty good at gunnery. I think he's the best at it. He'll probably be playing Bombardier. He could do, phenomenally well and, get all the advantage and get all the extra, spend some advantage and be all right, we brought 5 bombers, we chain all their bombs together, we do a bajillion damage, and I do a plus 30 critical, or plus 80 critical hit. I've completely blown up the dam, chain reaction, woo, go home, High fives and butt pats all around. That probably won't happen, though. So, they'll hopefully have to do a couple of laps, and that'll actually bring out there. And if, their mission goes on for a long time after you finish yours, you may even be able to be hey, let's fucking throw my air cover over there. Let's go help out those guys. They're only a couple hours down the coast, We'll go see. We'll go pop in. So yeah, that's been having some fun. I've been designing the stat lines and stuff and thinking about like unit dispositions. For what I think like the bomber crew is going to do, that's pretty static. Like I don't think you know, there's maybe a little upgrades, but the way it works with force strength, they call it, is pretty straightforward. You know, you'll probably be a couple of squadrons. So one squadron is like 1 die, and if you have two different elements of the same size, that makes element +1 size, right? But for like we've talked about this. You're minimum bringing like 1 company of clone troopers because that's how many boats I said you had.
Yep.
So your minimum, that's how many landing vessels you have. And then you may or may not, because it's in the options and we'll talk about it, you may or may not bring like even more guys in like dive armor for full-blown aquatic assault, or you might bring, you know, jetpack troopers and gunships or whatever.
Yep.
Fuck, you might, you know, it's an option. You may decide you want to cram another company worth of infantry guys into like militarized civilian boats and drive them over, you know?
Yeah, like
Plus
I have
armor cover and stuff, so we'll talk it out.
I have like ideas and stuff. I am still dead set on doing a fucking hot drop with Sierra Mobile though.
Yeah. And I think that will work out dramatically with the way I have the phases planned.
Yeah.
But yeah, so like there's some wiggle room in there into what you can do, and that might actually like, and I think it makes sense because your character is spec'd for mass combat. You have a special talent to roll force dice on it. You have very high leadership. What's your leadership right now? 4 or 5?
4. I think I'm about upgraded to 5 though.
Yeah, so you'll probably be rolling, you know, your full 5 upgrades. You'll be rolling a lot of dice most phases, not accounting for like attrition or anything. You've got a lot of options. The Air Corps is going to be a little dicier, but because, as far as I know, what we're planning on is we're going to stuff 3 PCs into that. Yeah. That means that the PCs will be able to do a lot more. Like, Camo, for instance, is good at mechanics. He might be able to like run into the engine room and bang on something to fix any damage that their bomber takes, or him or Boots, who are good at gunnery, could like, we're being attacked by enemy interceptors. I will single-handedly jump in a turret and shoot down the interceptors so they don't fuck with us, kind of a thing, and like remove setback dice and stuff.
Yeah, so. Honestly, this is one of the reasons why I said I will do this other half by myself, is because
you're really fucking good at it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because originally I think we were gonna go for 2 and 2, but then I was thinking about it. I was like, no,
Well, especially because in the initial split was the 2 and 2 would be, it makes the most sense for it to be you and Boots, because Boots is a warrant officer and a medic. It makes most sense for him to go on a ground pounder mission with.
Yeah.
But because Boots is also an officer, he has pips in leadership. He has leadership experience. And also he has skills in, like we said, gunnery and stuff. He even has some pilot planetary as well.
Yeah.
He's actually a good guy to send on that mission. And while I am sure that Axe's Camo will not be out of things to do, because he has, like I said, he has his own mechanics. He has pilot planetary, I think, for his jetpack and stuff. And there'll be, like, I talked about this before, there'll be some special forces options as well, depending on what you guys see in the recon phase. You may be able to do some fucking high-speed low drag stuff. It will not be the most ideal for him to be in a bomber in the sky, but he will definitely not run out of things to do, right?
Uh-huh.
So, yeah. Had some different, some thoughts and things there, and I kind of used, like I said, I've been jamming the operations room, use that as some inspiration for some stuff.
Oh, yeah. Like I said, I'm so excited about it. I think about it on the reg.
Well, I hope it can be as exciting to play as to think about and plan.
Well, I think that's the thing. Like, it's just the thing of like I often as much enjoy planning things as seeing them fall together or fall apart sometimes.
Yeah. We may or may not use that as a transition to the next thing, but I wanted to say, like, I also have a lot of fun. This is why we've done a decent number of mass combats, is I do actually have a lot of fun, like, using the simple system they did to think about, like, how big your force numbers are and, like, what kind of units you can bring, and, like, I've come up with stats for some stuff for, like, individual things, but also I think, like, the mass combat makes it simpler. Like, for instance, the way I've written it, I could probably do the bombing run as just a vehicle combat, but that would be, like, way more time-consuming and clunky than just mass combat, right?
Oh, yeah.
Because mass combat's more loosey-goosey. It's literally either large lengths of time or narrative phases of the actual attack. And that flows a lot better than, like, okay, you fly to this range, you drop bombs, you fly around and maneuver around, all that stuff. And it doesn't work as cleanly for, like, static bombing of targets. So I decided when I designed this, they would keep it that way. And it lets me, I do have a little bit of the, like, gear nerd and mil-spec nerd stuff for Star Wars in there, and you know, there's a plethora of sources from like RPGs and miniatures games over the years, and also computer games.
Oh, yeah.
For a lot of the water stuff we're doing, for instance, there's a lot of history for that in the game series Galactic Battlegrounds, which was an RTS in the early 2000s. And after Attack of the Clones came out, it had a sequel for Clone Wars stuff as well. So, like... and some of these, by the way, have actually, like, stuck in the, like, background. Like, for instance, there were some animals called blurgs. And blurg riders showed up as, like, a Republic option, right? Clone troopers on blurgs. Well, guess what? Those animals, I think, made their first modern canon experience as mounts in The Mandalorian.
Oh, okay.
So, like, there are elements that were at least popularized by some of this stuff that, you know, is still relevant, right? And I think even some of the, like, stuff, various vehicles and gone in there. But there was water on those maps, and there were some water maps as well, because there was an expansion for, like Gungans and stuff. So you know, there was, like, Trade Federation versus Gungan subs. Unfortunately, almost none of that has been handled by the RPG team, Fantasy Flight. There are a couple of submersibles, and there's some amphibious action, but they didn't even get to some stuff that was like historically handled by RPGs and source books even. For instance, I think it was in the old Western Games RPG, the original D6, there was the all-terrain aquatic transport. Or aquatic assault transport, which is basically, it's an AT, but instead of legs, it has repulsors, and it floats over water, and then it does all its stuff. And it's like, I mean, on the one hand, easy enough to homebrew. Instead of it being an AT, it's just the AT stat line, but without Walker and the repulsor craft, right? But at the same time, you know, if there was any, like, special rules for, like, water or whatever, you know, it's not directly quoted, so I would have to make it up. I would have to just look at the stat line and see, okay, it has these numbers and this slightly different. You know, is it less tough because it doesn't have the legs to protect it or whatever, you know?
Yeah.
And some of that homebrew stuff I've done before. You guys did actually do a submersible mission where you were to TIE fighter boats, which are amphibious TIE fighters. You guys actually stole some once in the Mayhem Squad.
Yep.
The many, many fun times of Ticket Underwater. So, like, I've played around it with before, but I had to come up with a couple of design ideas and some eyeballing for this. I think you even remarked on that. The hoverboat, Republic hoverboat, was a stat line I came up with because it's really interesting design. Let me, for the people at home, let me post a link to concept art. So, we have this concept art.
Actually, if you throw me the image, I can probably throw it on the stream.
Oh, okay, that might even be even better. Here, I'll give you the full one, because they've got... this is one thing I do love about the Lucasfilm animation. They did this for the Clone Wars and for Rebels, and I think even for Resistance. Was on, like, StarWars.com, they would often... And let me know if that's, like, too small. Let's see if I can...
Well, we'll see. Let me just throw up an image here.
But after episodes come out, they will often post the concept art, which includes, like, color palettes. They will specifically call out details as, like, where the assets are used from, et cetera, et cetera. So the Republic hoverboat was supposed to be used in the original version of the final season of the Clone Wars. There was supposed to be an arc of, like, 4 or 5 episodes set on Kashyyyk leading up to Revenge of the Sith. All right. For some reason, when Disney did the final season of the Clone Wars, they skipped the Kashyyyk arc. They did Bad Batch, and they did the Siege of Mandalore, and, like, Ahsoka dealing with Order 66 and stuff. But they did not decide to do the Kashyyyk arc. They instead did what was called Ahsoka in the Underworld, where after leaving the Jedi Order, Ahsoka bums around with some weird, vaguely teenage smugglers and does, I don't know, some random stuff. I didn't watch those episodes very closely. I didn't like the Bad Batch and the Siege of Mandalore stuff is cool, but, like, I don't know why they didn't go with the Kashyyyk one, but it would have used this asset. So it's canon, it just never got used on screen. Which arguably is better than lots of other things, like the infantry support platform is a, like, 2-man fanboat thing that only appears in, like, a background shot of, like, 5 seconds in Revenge of the Sith in a montage. So, like, this thing's as canon as that, but I was like, okay, I know you guys are going to assault the other continent at some point.
That kills the resolution. So don't do that. Alright, but I think you guys have seen this enough. I will take it off again.
Yeah. So you guys can see the elements, but so with this like very detailed concept art that like talks about all this stuff, I came up with a stat line in the Fantasy Flight Games RPG.
Mm-hmm.
I said it was I decided it was a LAT, low altitude assault transport, because you can clearly see in that concept art when it was on screen was elements of this model are literally ripped from the police gunship, the LAT LE, like the cockpit and some of the fins and stuff. So I'm like, okay, so it's the open top hoverboat version of a LAT. What does it got? Well, I can see 2 laser guns sticking out of the side, so we'll give it blaster cannons. It literally calls out the fact that there's a repeating blaster mount on the front. So there's a gunner up front with a machine gun. And then how many does it seat? Well, I can count. Looks like 6, maybe 8 seats. 8 seats, sure. 1-man cockpit. And I just threw the stats together. I balanced them around the lat, and I was like, okay, there you go. There's the hoverboat. If these guys ever have to land on a beach, spoilers too, I think several months later when after I wrote those stat blocks originally, you're like, all right, I'm gonna land on that beach. I'm like, cool, I've got some. And I'm not averse to the homebrew, right?
Right.
But golly gee willikers, it sometimes makes my job easier if, though not always. I've talked about this. Fantasy Flight's copy editing for the Star Wars RPG was not always the best. There's like 3 different versions of the Mandalorian Fangfighter stat line, and there's no guidance from the developers about what that means. They're just like, add another variants. Use whichever one you like best. Okay, thanks, guys.
This is something
I will anyway, but like, I would hope that you have an explanation for this, and the explanation is no, we don't have an explanation for it. If we fucked it up, we don't want to admit it for some reason. Okay, fine. But it's nice when we get this official support, right?
Right.
Because it's easier. That means I usually adjust from there. I actually talked about this with the bombers you're going to use. The version of a stat block that I brought up fixes the weapons slightly, because there's concept art of this bomber, the PTB 620, 690?
Yeah.
920, whatever. It's basically, imagine the ARC 170 bomber fighter you've seen in Star Wars. It's in, Revenge of the Sith and some other areas. It's like, a Clone Wars Proto-X, because everything's got to be a reference. Well, basically cross that with like a B-52, like it's a big, long, fixed-wing bomber. It's supposed to be planetary only. It's for planetary bombing, obviously. That's why it's PTB. Mm-hmm. And like it's got this really cool concept art with like, ball turrets, and it's got like the bomb bays open and it's dropping the bombs, and it's got the wingtip guns. That's all nice. Its description in the stat block does not match the concept art they drew. So clearly, whoever wrote the stats and whoever did the concept art, we're not talking. Because they talk about having like ventral and dorsal mounted auto blasters that are fixed front, and then having a light laser turret that's not what it looks like. Like there's wingtip laser, which are probably fixed front, and then there's ball turrets, which are probably rotating. But like auto blasters are small guns. They're pretty weak actually, because they're automatic. They have auto fire. I think the only vehicle weapons that has it without like certain mods and stuff. So like I just looked at it and was like, okay, clearly what you meant is the auto blasters are like the machine gun turrets, and the light lasers are like the wingtip guns, and I just made it match the concept art, because the concept art is really fun.
Yeah.
And I do these small little edits.
I thought it was cool.
Yeah.
No, because
go ahead.
No, because I definitely, like, when you did the updated, no, I definitely looked at the concept and I was like, no, you are correct.
Yeah, and that, like I said, that's really all I did was I took what weapons were listed on the stat block, and then I looked at the concept art and I just fixed how they were described to make sense with the concept art. I made, some guns that were described as fixed turrets and some guns that were described as turrets fixed, because that's how they look in the art. Mm. And the PTB is an interesting, and it's a fun stat block to use, because we actually discovered it's got a couple of hard points, so, you guys can play around with that.
I'm totally
sprucing up the one the PCs are going to use to be better at this.
I'm totally putting a T3 command sender. Suna! Sorry, Suna just died.
No, not Suna. He was the best of us.
I gotta try and kill this.
But yeah, so I like to do little things like that, and the different stat block stuff leads to customization, different positions. It's a really neat like concept and description. I even talked about how like it's mentioned it's fully pressurized. It's got a bunk room so you can rest and rotate, in case you got to fly 32 hours somewhere.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Your flight won't actually be that long, but yeah, it's got a bunk room. It's pressurized, so you don't need flight gear. But it says that personal space is at a minimum, and I think I brought this up before. So like I explicitly noted in the description I wrote that, and I think it's in the original description in the RPG. It's somewhere that's sourced. That the crew only has enough room for like a flight bag and a sidearm. So like these guys are not going to be able to carry all their bigman fancy guns, which may hurt them if, say, for instance, they get a gremlin on the wing, or if they fuck it up and they crash and they have to like evacuate themselves after they've crashed. They're only carrying their pistols. It could be. I like little, much like with the party we did. I like little limitations on that. Like not all the time, but sometimes to your inventory to make things more interesting.
Oh yeah.
So I'm not like, probably not a giant weight limit, but I'm probably gonna like talk to the other PCs and be like, okay, you only have so much space. What are you actually bringing with you? Wevu will probably stick your lightsaber in a pocket. Some of the guys have some pistols and stuff, but you'll pack around and you'll have some fun. I know some people are thinking about it. We'll get there in a few weeks. Like I said, I should be done in a couple of weeks and stuff.
Yes,
I'm mostly done, and I've just got some wrap up.
Don't bring a backpack. Bring a parachute. You never know.
Yeah. I mean, it's not like... I do believe there's supposed to be escape pods built in case. It's a pretty big... It's a Sil-4 bomber for a planetary thing. So, like, it's sizable, but, like, yeah, you never know. Oh, no, the escape pod system was damaged. What do we do?
Critical hit, component damage, escape pods. Well...
Camo could fix it, but... Camo rolled 4 despairs and is currently unconscious. A wrench fell on his head. We should have secured the toolbox. I say that because it feels unfortunate that often Camo does take the brunt of some of our weird nonsense that happens. I think he's up there with you in terms of like accidentally stumbling into problems.
Yeah.
And as a character, you've gotten better. You are infamous for, stumbling boots first into sharks before, but as a character, Arama has had growth and gotten better about that kind.
Yes. At least I would like to believe so, anyway.
And I think it's true. And honestly, like that kind of action is like, that's why I'm like, I totally think that you could like handle certain kinds of solo personal encounters, and not truly solo. You'd have background characters with you, NPCs, to your carrier.
Yeah, no, I'm bringing my boys, grabbing shark. They'll be there.
Yeah, and I already talked about it because it's so large. Clone Commander Brick should probably go with you directly, because you're now the ranking general. So you'll have support staff and you'll have clones to handle stuff for you.
Yeah, no. Like I said, I do think this is kind of a unique encounter that we are doing here, talking about, because back in the party we did have the thing where we kind of split the party and you did basically 3 fights at once.
Yeah.
But here we're actually doing 2 full-on operations. 2 operations that were originally intended to be the full PCs, the full PC group. So
at least hypothetically, obviously, because I don't... there were different plans, so I did not pre-write them entirely. Yeah. But their challenges and difficulties that were in my mind were for, okay, you guys are going to tackle this all at once, and then what if we didn't? And I was like...
This is why you don't write ahead.
Strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off. And I think, like honestly, like I said, writing it's actually been kind of interesting to like write the individual phases and know there's the back and forth, and like it honestly wasn't too hard to come up with the setup for both because you decided to do the mass combat. Like I said, I think last week, I don't think we could do this if like you were doing mass combat off screen and the rest of the team was like sneaking into the dam to like blow it up with bombs they placed. Right? That would be way too distracting and spread out.
Marth, it
would literally be like, Lucky, don't show up this week. Just play Final Fantasy 14. We'll call you in a couple hours.
Also, Marth, yes, I do super appreciate that whenever I come up with crazy ideas, you're just on board. Your support keeps me going.
Well, it's a little bit of shame, Max, you only showed up now, because we were talking a lot about Star Wars stuff. I talked about some stat blocks and some pre-panning for the mission. But you can watch the archive.
Yeah.
If you cared, also, you missed Lucky playing Blue Archive if you guys have joined us later. Though actually, I suspect, judging by our current views, since you switched back to Final Fantasy 14, people have actually left.
Oh, there, I got it. Man, we didn't. I think we only had like what max, 16?
Yeah. It's only like 4 or 5 people.
But
Oh no, we haven't talked about the sprawl yet.
Yeah.
that's in my list. I've got a couple of things to talk about. We brought up the Star Wars because it was very natural to talk about the warfare stuff.
Yeah, but I was gonna make up a point, but Axe, not your fault, Axe. It's just me not being able to maintain my stream account.
You were talking about how because Marth supported you with your crazy plans and stuff.
Oh yeah, like it's one of those things that's like I'm always like I'll bring this up in the sprawl too, but as everyone knows, like I'm very usually gung ho, I wouldn't necessarily devil may care attitude about things, but
you are an aggressive planner, but a cautious one.
Yes,
like you always go for plans that you minimize risk as much as you can, and if you can't minimize risk, you're just like, fuck it, we'll do it.
Yeah,
do it live. You know.
Mm-hmm.
It's an interesting attitude I've seen because I've played games with a few different people.
Mm-hmm.
I won't say it's completely unique, but it is definitely a very you style thing to just be like, okay, so I want to do my battle plan to make it least likely that my dudes are gonna die, and we'll come out on top. But also, I'll do the most ridiculous bullshit, and especially like I said, if there is no safe play, you're just as likely to do something absolutely batshit crazy because, well, we're fucked no matter what. So let's at least do something cool.
Yeah, but like I've played with Marv like a long time. Like Marth is like, well, with Omega as the eternal GM, Marth is the person I've been playing with the longest, and
yep.
just Marv's always just like Marv's a quiet dude. He has thoughts, he has feelings, but no offense against you, Martha, you sometimes have trouble getting them out. But you also are sometimes content just to let other people like lead on, and you're like, no, I'm gonna follow that dude. He's cool. And a lot of times when we buddy cop, because for a while there, it was just me and you buddy copping things with Omega.
Yeah, you and Marth have been my two most consistent players in history.
Yeah.
Eventually, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've had other people in the group, but yeah, you two are the ones who have stuck it out the longest.
But because like Marth like was always like, no, I got your back, man. I was like, all right, I'm gonna do this crazy thing, and Martha's gonna help me make it work. So
yeah, Marth sometimes gets invested in his own ideas, but I think just as likely he's like, no, your plan is cool, I like it, I want to support it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, it's like I try, and this is one of the reasons why I also want to try and get like Marth his own spotlight and stuff. That's why I'm like trying to like get him involved and stuff and whatnot, because like I said, like Marth's a cool dude. I should hang out with him again. But
now the world is open.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we have fun times. So I think that's a pretty decent transition to some Sprawl stuff.
Yeah.
Though I actually, I can talk about my other segue very briefly that I was going to use because the Sprawl is Cyberpunk. So some of you may have noticed on the Twitter. That Cyberpunk 2077 is trending. And the reason for this is hilarious to me.
I am listening.
So, okay, the reason why Cyberpunk is trending is because it is the only comparison to people have, and honestly, it's just as often a positive comparison, to the GTA trilogy launch that just happened. Because that shit is fuckled.
Oh, really?
I have seen quite a few like weird jank glitches. Like, a lot of the code base I don't think has been fixed since the PS2 version or whatever. Some jank stuff in there, and there are problems with like saving and loading. I've heard that on PC the Rockstar launcher straight up either didn't or still does not work, so you can't even play the game on certain platforms. And there's a lot of visual bugs and stuff. So I've heard a lot of people talking about and comparing it to Cyberpunk, possibly even like I've heard several people on this trending page say, you know, say what you will, like Cyberpunk, yeah, that was a bad launch, but like this is as bad or worse. And I'm just like, So I hope that helps the vindication of Cyberpunk a little, because like we said, the game was bad, but at least it ran. It's functional. Not that I like wish ill on the GTA trilogy or anything, but it's always kind of funny to see, especially since it's been about a year since Cyberpunk came out. It's always kind of funny to see these like weird callbacks and like people remembering this stuff and remembering, oh yeah, Cyberpunk was bad, and then some people being like, man, Cyberpunk was bad, but it wasn't this bad.
Sorry, Suna. I know this, but someone's playing Tabi no Tochu, which is the first opening to Spice and Wolf, and I'm having a trip right now. Okay. We go now, though.
I should also say, I want to bring this up because Axe brought it up. When Lucky says buddy cop, that was our sessions when literally the only two players were Marth and Lucky. It's like a buddy cop movie. There's literally these two guys solve problems, and like that's what we mean by buddy cop games.
Oh, I guess that's true.
Because it's not quite a solo, which I have never. But it's definitely like when there's only two players, it really slants your dynamics a little bit.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Well, it's good to explain.
I don't think you've done anything solo with or only doubles with Lucky, so I don't know if you've ever.
Yeah, and like if we haven't played a game alone together, then no, we have not buddy cop together. So I'm not sure where you're getting at there, Axe.
But all right, so I scratch off Cyberpunk 2077 trilogy, set the list. Star Wars. So Sprawl.
Sprow.
The episode is up already.
Yay!
I managed to get those out fairly timely. There's a little bit of lag on Star Wars, but I think I was in the middle of progression. I was like, oh yeah, because Dallas was there, and so was actually Marth was listening. So it was like most of the Sprawl crew was there. I was like, oh yeah, hey Lucky, do me a flavor. Upload the Sprawl.
Ah, laser!
And so it is there. Sprawl number 3. I don't think I even bothered to number it because it's been so long. I called this one Living in the Chrome Age. As a reference to musical select kid, and also just in general a good title. The second episode, whenever that comes out, will just be the Nakamura hotel job. Because that's what it is. But yeah, it's interesting. It's pretty long. It's not as long as our session 0, but it's fairly long. We had a little bit of the well, first of all, there was a lot of fluff. I think, like I said, I literally spent like the first 30 minutes just asking you guys what you'd done with your downtime and also what your money situation was. And I think I said this on the episode, but my thought was like if you guys were like really low on cred, which you weren't actually, you were pretty flush after the payout for the job. I was gonna like float everybody like a free cred and freelance job so you guys would have enough money to do stuff because. I personally think this, like, I get why it's to do that, perma-poor cyberpunk thing, but this Sprawl is a little tight with cred, considering...
You can only really get it doing fucking running jobs and whatnot.
Yeah, you can literally get it from jobs, and you're probably going to spend several of it on jobs because you need items.
You gotta invest, too.
Yeah, you have to invest in jobs, so you need, like, a minimum, right? And it's a little weird. So I'm not afraid to, like... if you guys were low, like float you a little so you can actually do the fucking gameplay loop. And to be fair, it's a little weird because it's like it's a mechanical abstraction, so it scales very weirdly. Like 1 cred gets you basic bitch shit, and then 8 cred gets you whatever the fuck you want, basically.
I might be setting up for a tank. Why? I don't know, but it says I can get a tank, so I want it.
Yeah, I mean it can make sense for your character. Right now, you have a driver and a vehicle guy, but he's all about like high-speed vehicles and cool drones. And who knows? Maybe he wants to buy a new car or buy some new drones.
Yeah.
I shall tip back the balance.
And of course, there's plenty of cyberware out there, including some extra options from the back of the book. So there was a decent amount of like 45 minutes to an hour of just like check in and set up, and then the actual like. Here's the job, here's what we're doing. I think I did a good job setting up the stakes for the job, and all of you were in it right away.
Oh yeah.
Hey, you gotta kill a weird priest guy from the new Confederate States of America. Everybody was like, I'm in. Everybody just holds up their guns and cocks them and is like, where you at? And then I was like, well, there's the conflict. So he's hiding out in a hotel in the VIP suites, but they don't release who's in the VIP suite. Actually 6 people in VIP suites. I think I because it took you guys a while to actually get that list. I think I went through that list a little too fast.
No, I enjoyed the list, but I think there was a problem. There was a bit of a problem in actually deciding what we were doing, trying to get through there.
Yes, there was some. There was a little bit of the usual like pre-planning prep stuff, but unlike I think our first one. The first job, I think, was a fairly smooth planning period because it was just item retrieval. There were 2 objects to get. You located where the 2 things are. You planned your route from A to B to C to get them all. And, you adjusted for complication. And there was some very funny complications in the legwork phase, we talked about that were very iconic. But then when you guys actually executed your plan, it went mostly to spec. It was only just some of the little, some of the little off-screen greebles you could know about, kind of a thing.
Well, I can explain why. It's because on that first job, we weren't necessarily worried about collateral damage.
Yes. You wanted to be sneaky because you didn't want to get an entire, one of our high-level 8 megacorps on your back right away. But if you had to punch some tickets, you weren't afraid of it.
Yeah, no. And this...
It was an OPSEC thing, not a collateral thing.
Yeah. So, but with this one, it was even kind of in the mission parameters.
Yeah, I did. I gave you get an extra EXP if you do it without, how did I phrase it? Major collateral damage?
Yeah.
Significant collateral.
Significant. And, I caught on to that. I can do a little bit of, destruction, but, I can't go all out. But then the unfortunate thing is because we were having...
Well, that's because I didn't want you guys to, buy rocket launchers and just shell his room from across the street or something,
Do the
I wanted some interaction with the hotel.
do the carry plan from Fate 6 Zero. Just blow the
Yeah.
entire hotel.
Yeah,
Done.
just rig the supports with C4 and knock the hotel over. Yeah, I wanted to avoid that because that would be a little hard for me to interact with if you guys did pull off the dice perfectly,
Yeah. But I do think we had I'm not entirely sure where this was because I guess I might have pulled it, but like I said, I didn't want to, but I got aggressive in what I wanted to do.
Well, you had a very, I think, you had a reason for it because I think I even gave you an EXP point for this because you have because they are one of the companies that we don't have a clock with. As a player character group, you guys have done nothing to piss off Suzaku.
Yes.
And you have a special relationship with them, formerly being a on-payroll employee and now being a freelancer who hangs out with them. And you got a call from them because that's what the game tells me to do. It tells me to give you jobs from companies who have low clocks because it doesn't make sense for companies that hate your guts and want to find you to hire you for jobs, other than as a trap. So I figured I would integrate your backstory even more strongly this time because the first time it played very strongly to I would say to what's going on with Odin and Metatron's characters. Now that this one didn't have a lot of character development for Dallas playing Metatron.
Oh yeah,
because I actually got to figure out his secret backstory and stuff.
Yeah.
But this was definitely the buy-in was the Colonel. Who is on your list of characters you care about, called you up and was like, hello, I need you for a job. You will take it.
And I was like...
Find some freelancers with attitude. So it makes sense that, your character is very invested in these jobs, and you tried to, stick to the letter of the mission very strongly, and that got more intense as we answered some of my clarifying world-building questions that I'm supposed to do. Actually discussing, what's the hotel like, and like I said, there was one bullet point I didn't get to, but I felt like it was unnecessary because the session was 4 hours and 40 minutes. I realized I did not need the extra fluff of the protest outside the hotel, which we didn't need. But I lined out the VIP suites. I wanted some blind angles. I think I think I rattled those out a little too fast. Some of them, I think we got some, I got some good feedback. When I did the weird celebrity neurosurgeon, right? You guys actually were, figuring out some cool stuff with what she's got going on.
Yeah, you made it a question. What was the new experimental process you were doing?
Yeah.
And it was all brain rejuvenation transplant. We're yes. Aha.
Yeah, that's cool and weird. That might have some value to some people. But when I asked some of those questions later, I think we got a little wires crossed. I don't remember exactly who it was, but a couple of the players had trouble separating. One VIP suite was about a conference between Pacifica, Soviet Alaska, and the Canadian Confederation.
Yeah.
And what was that about? And then a revolutionary from South America, Marco Gerardo, and what he was doing in Pacifica, period. Which I don't think you guys actually had any good answers for, and I've decided to just leave mysterious. He's just here. Why is he here? We don't fucking know. He's a mysterious man. He's supposed to be immortal. I've had a lot of fun with that one and the potential complications. I also thought way too much about what Cyberpunk South America is like.
Yeah.
I got a further dovetail about that. I think I talked about that. I think it might have been in pre-show, but it might have been on air on Let's Talk, talking about my work ratio of coming up with potential complications to this job versus doing lots of and not necessarily relevant, but still fun world building in the background. But it was a little bit of a slow sesh. It took you guys a little while to like cotton on to exactly what your plan was.
I mean, this is what I mean when I got aggressive, because like I guess this is kind of a humble brag, but I think I was the one who basically pushed forward with basically every progression thing, because Dallas and everyone, they did do research, but Claymore, I went to the back, and you know, I paid a very tired cleaning woman a cred to give us all the VIPs. I basically yelled at people that the easiest way in was to buy a suite. And then Dallas bought it.
And Dallas was even...
Dallas
some of these were like shared ideas. Yeah, Dallas was like,
Dallas was
probably buy a suite. Yeah. Just kind of going back and forth, because he has character concerns, obviously, about blowing his identity, too.
Yeah. But, and after that, I tried to leave, like, I didn't necessarily hammer down on it, but I was definitely like... Because I was just spitballing ideas on there, but I did let people know my bottom line is, we can't plan anything. I'm going to rappel off this fucking roof and go through the fucking window.
Yeah. And I was like, you can do that. It'll be tough, but you know, you'll figure it out.
But we're having trouble figuring out how we're actually gonna get to them, and this is when I discovered that contexts are just actually fucking yes.
The context system is really fun, but also a little interesting.
Yeah. And so I was like, all right, we're gonna need information. Where can I get information? And then you caught on to what I was gonna do, and I was just
I was like, okay, there's one of two ways you can go with this. My first thought was like, wait, can my contact be just what? Like, my first thought was, oh my god, Lex is gonna ask me if he can have a contact in the target security team. But no, you did not go that far. That would have been a thing, probably.
No.
But you went to the next level, so it's like, oh, wait, this is a hotel. We've described what the hotel management is like, because that was a question I asked. You know, this is the thing about playing Powered by the Apocalypse games. I do as much world building as I ask you guys questions, so you world build. So it was like, what's this hotel like? Like, what's the decor, the style? What's the management like? And we kind of like, you know, worked through all this stuff with like what the backstory. You know, I wanted to pick Nakamura, which sounds a little bit like Nakatomi Towers, because it's always about Die Hard. It's never not about Die Hard. But you know, that kind of made sense. So we took it the cyberpunk thing. It's a thing in our backstory. There was a war, like. Japan's, the islands of Japan were a war zone, so there's a big influx of refugees. So it's like, okay, what do they do? And they're like, okay, so maybe this hotel is from like wealthy families who like caught the first boats out, you know, escorted by like U.S. military before the collapse happened. And then that, I don't even think that was your idea. I think that was Dallas's idea, right?
Which one?
The initial thing about like them being a lot of the like rich refugee. I think that was a Dallas plan.
No, that was a Dallas idea. Yeah.
Yeah, but that perfectly dovetailed into your character's pre-established backstory, which is when you were like contacts. Like, I can name and describe a contact. I'm gonna name the manager of the hotel, and like I had some clarifying questions to like drill down on it, but like no, it worked. And I think like it's a little OP, but I think the clarifying there is. You have to go to your contacts for a thing.
Yeah.
So you still had to roll.
Oh yeah, that was the most nervous.
What's your number in style?
It was 0. I remember this roll.
You were rolling flat 2d6. So, you know, 7 is the most likely number, but you could have just as easily missed it as hit it, and you got a full hit, so it worked out.
Yeah, I remember. I rolled a 5 and a 6 because I was super fucking nervous.
But like, it came down to the wire, and if you had fully missed that, that would have been a whole different story.
Yeah, because I did basically double down on this. I basically told what our job was to someone who, you know, who has probably a vested interest in maybe not letting us do our job.
Yes.
And banked
but
on.
But luckily, you know, you called on the previous experience, and you know the NPC was like, "Okay, I can't help you directly, but." As you know, because you saved my life, you know, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
I also can't just have my guard standing outside my room, you know, put a bullet in your head. So like, it turned out to be a net positive, and that really, really got the ball rolling, because you were like, okay, I get the hard info I want, I know what VIP suite is, and I've got a point of gear, okay. That's a management key now. It's a manager key.
Yeah.
And you can open any door, cool. You just show up in the room because you rented the suite and drop the key, and they're like, got it, what are we doing?
And then that's when again, I was aggressive. Like, I'm spending intel. We have a 10-minute window. I'm calling Hoshiguma. We're getting gas grenades.
Yes. The gas plan was banded around in different forms by several people. Like, I think Axe first brought up the idea of, like, possibly just, like, dumping neurotoxin in their vents, but that didn't coalesce until the... Was it you?
That was me.
I don't remember. You guys both said it. I think Axe may have just liked it a lot enough he kept bringing it up.
Probably.
But that eventually crystallized into because you asked specifically about the grenades. You asked, I wonder if there's just something like a gas grenade. And I'm looking at the list, and literally there's frag grenades, flashbangs, gas grenades. I'm like, yeah, no, I see it. It's right here. They're technically non-lethal because they're S-harm, but that would still, stun the fuck out of an NPC that you can do your main plan, which is just to
stuff them with drugs,
sprinkle cocaine on their nose.
Yeah, and then Marth went out and was like, "I'm gonna go see my drug dealer," and he got a Technicolor fucking briefcase.
Yeah.
Like, yes. And
so your plan is, I don't remember how it worked out. Like you guys were trying to drill down on the gas plan.
Like I can go look it up, Axe, but I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, we have the proof. There's the thing. Like I said, a lot of you guys had similar ideas at different times because we were doing this for over 4 hours.
Yeah.
So actually remembering who said what in what order is hard. We have the audio-visual evidence. People can track it down if they really care who said what. It doesn't matter. You guys had similar ideas. You organized into the plan. Like, which goes a little something like
this was the thing I was talking about. Like we kind of went in circles for a while. Like banding back and forth on on same ideas but not drawing and on down. That's why I was all like, okay, no. Well, you know what we're doing? We're doing the gas plan with drugs. Like I'm gonna go get gas grenades. Someone go get drugs. And
even then, it was like there was the drilling down on the getting access to the building. It was like, okay, we know we need to figure out exactly where he is and how we get there. Fuck, what do we do? What do we we stalk him? What do we? And you're just like, fuck it. I haven't declared a contact. I'm going straight to the top, kind of a thing. Right?
Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. And honestly, and this is the other thing I want to get back. I actually feel kind of bad about that because, this is more like this. Oh, I learned it. This is the game I actually kind of didn't want to take that take charge, attitude. I wanted other people to do it, but when we're going in that kind of circle thing, people are talking, people are coming with ideas, but no one's actually making any progress. I was just all like,
Yeah, and you guys all had different ideas, which were good, but nobody could decide what idea to go with. And I'll admit a little bit of mea culpa. I think I took your character a little out of his comfort zone here because I tied your backstory so heavily back into this.
Yeah, well, I got a point of experience.
I basically made Claymore a focal character, and
listen, I do love
kind of the point.
I do like some of the pocket lit of freaking Hosaka Taisa talking about all the jobs I did and how they have gone completely and utterly strange. Walking out of broken helicopters, throwing guys off, on searchlights.
Well, yeah, talking about eliminating the target, and we talk about if you could be subtle, but and then he just he makes a joke about you throwing guys out the window, and I love to do, even though we're just narrating, I love to do smash cuts in RPGs, and I'm like, smash cut to you throwing a guy out of a window and standing as the smoke rises below, the spotlight comes on you, and then you say in character, Tice, it was one time.
I don't know. I think honestly, I think that was literally my favorite scene. I think everyone died from that.
Yeah, no, honestly, getting the job was one of, I think, the best scenes because everybody had relevant questions. There was a lot of back and forth, and working on all this stuff. I think there was still some decent things going on.
Yeah.
And there were some interesting conversations. I always like the backstory. Well, yeah, I know, but that's the thing, Azax. We didn't necessarily make this directly about your when we brought up the fiction about refugees, you did not necessarily step up, and your character did not necessarily step up. Honestly, you could have just as easily done the thing Lucky did. It's just Lucky thought of it. He was like, fuck it, I do this, Because you'd already named a contact, actually. And not that your contact wasn't helpful, because that gave you, a couple points of intel you guys can still use. And it gave you some of the information you needed to talk about the general response of what you're looking for. But it wasn't... I think, honestly, I think some of our characters took it a little too oblique. Dallas was like, I'm going to name a contact and I'm going to call a guy at the airport and, I'm going to make sure, when our guy came in and how many guys are with him. Okay, cool. So he did find out how many dudes. He let me, figure out the description. Yeah. I was like, you don't see any, cybered up, Atom Smasher type guys with him or anything like that. Looks like usual rent-a-thugs, and maybe one or two cool guys hiding in the perfectly normal people, so you never know. And then Axe was like, I'm going to go talk to, basically a corporate, cleanup specialist, somebody who specializes in, cleaning up after wet work incidents and like criminal attacks and stuff, and keeping that on the down low and like get a line in on like what security at the place is like. So that was all helpful. You guys could have just as easily done that through different roles on site. Marth tried to assess the hotel or the hotel neighborhood, and I think he got a miss.
Oh yeah,
one of our few straight up misses of the thing, which led to getting a little spooked.
A little.
The Nakamura Hotel attacker just hacked his windshield and was like, "I see you.
Like, oh no,
stop loitering." Ooh, okay. That was send a subtle message, by the way. You would not like to have seen send an obvious. But yeah, so and honestly, like I think the part of the issue was you guys were rolling a lot of hits, but what you guys were getting out of your information was not necessarily directly stepping you towards the actual accomplishing of your core mission objectives, right?
Yeah.
Like it was a lot of pre-prep stuff that was important, but you were not first and foremost because like it was literally like an hour 4 when I was like, oh, right, you finally discovered where he is. You guys get that EXP for marking off that solution, right?
Right.
So I think it was still a good session, but I definitely think that, yeah. And it made sense for you to be the player and the character to step up and be like, all right, we need to fucking do some stuff. Let's go ahead and let's do some stuff. I care about this job deeply, therefore I'm invested.
Yeah.
I'll have to probably maybe... I don't have any brilliant ideas for what exactly. I have to like look at the different mission types. If we're going to a third one sometime, which we probably will eventually, just because this sprawl is fun and we've done some decent world building, and I've been even.
You say decent, like I love this setting like so much.
Oh yeah, no, we crafted we spent 5 hours crafting our own setting, like minimum 5 hours. That was the session 0.
Mm-hmm.
So like yeah, we're invested in, and I think we've got a lot of cool ideas we all like. So we will probably want to come back to it. I don't have a hard and fast idea for job 3, but it should probably either involve one of the corps you guys haven't interacted with at all, like see what kind of fucked up cyberpunk job I can think of for we established in the background a Disney Warner Media Group that like Disney and Warner Brothers have fused in the cyberpunk future and are now all entertainment, and like come up with like what do they ask cyberpunk freelancers to do,
Mm-hmm.
Or some of the other stuff, or it would be because you guys haven't stuffed Stone and Sons yet, like play on Dallas's character stuff directly. We'll see.
Mm.
And I've still slipped in other stuff. I realized I was kind of sleeping on threats a little bit. The only threat that was statted when we started this session was Marth's hunted character.
Ah.
He's being hunted by a guy, and that was our only major threat. Because I think all the rest of you picked just owned for your cyberware and stuff. So you just have nondescript or very descript corporate sugar daddies who get to make demands of you.
I still got my advance to take. I could take an enemy, I think. Because I one of my moves is I just get another piece of cyberware, but it's like
you still have to describe either plus owned or plus hunted, I think.
Yeah, and I might take hunted just for more fun.
Yeah. But I came up with part of what I was doing for adding potential complications was building more threats into the potential for some stuff, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I know it was kind of funny because like both you and Axe, when I brought this up on Let's Talk, were like, no, not complications. Like Axe specific, like, can't we have the thing just happen when we leave? And I'm like, okay, yes, we can do complications as you exit, but remember, you guys could miss at any time. If somebody rolls Snake Eyes, the job may or may not go tits up at the critical moment. So
actually, that reminds me of something I actually wanted to bring up. But no, finish your thought real quick.
But so I was like, no, I need to think of the complications, and so I did. And I mainly what I did was in my mind I wrote down hard and fast the layout of the suites, which you don't know in character yet, but I think you have like 3 fucking points of intel. So
yeah,
I am sure the moment somebody needs to know a floor plan will appear because the game is cool like that. And I actually like nailed down like how many security guys and how they are armed and what their dispositions are, so that way you guys can actually play like a little bit of the tracking game of like, okay, so we knocked out the guys in this room, and we dealt with this guy here and like some extra stuff. It'll be interesting depending on how subtle you want to be, right? Because like, gas grenades are just S-harm, stun harm and stuff. So, actually that's true. In fact, he doesn't have a silenced pistol. Oh, he did buy a suppressor for his assault rifle, so you can do a little bit of stealth if you have to mix it up a little.
Oh no, I have a silenced machine pistol as well.
Yeah, okay, so you guys got some flexibility in case you need to, like, shoot it up really brief. But I also thought of, like, some new background elements that we can maybe go on ongoing. I'm not going to say for sure that Marco Gerardo is now a statted threat with his own things going on.
Oh, no.
But everybody really latched onto that guy, so possibly.
Well, I think we, like, we latched onto the idols, the weapons dealer / freedom fighter? I don't fucking know.
Yeah, that was Marco Gerardo.
Yeah. And
because he was a name, he had a name and a backstory, and you were like, oh no.
Yeah, I don't know why, but Claymore was like, no, I don't like him.
Well, I think I know why Claymore doesn't like him. It's because he leads techno-communist guerrillas and works with the narco corps.
Yeah.
So I'm sure that before the collapse, he was probably the kind of guy you were fighting when you were actually in a United States service member. And since the collapse, it is probably like the kind of guy that you guys fight in Suzaku, like going to the middle of nowhere and securing assets. Because, like I said, I had to think of it a little bit about what the cyberpunk future of South America is like, and my thought was basically like a replay of the Cold War almost.
Oh, jeez.
Because like it is a thing that during the earlier 2010s there was that great conservative wave, right? Like a lot of places across the world got like a lot of surge in politicians with return to tradition nationalist rhetoric. It wasn't just America, it was several places, including South America. So I was like, okay, so what do we do in the cyberpunk future? Clearly that continued, and that means that South American countries just got more jingoistic and nationalistic and stuff, backed by the U.S. as part of our, great big, war on drugs or just controlling, the South Pacific or whatever. Well, guess what? After the collapse in the Singularity War, they probably, devolved into infighting, or were overthrown by, like I said, the techno-communist guerrillas, came back and, like, carved out new city-states and smaller nations and stuff. So that's kind of where Marco Gerardo comes in, was, like, the idea was he was, like, an anti-government militia guy who sprung up, pre-collapse and then carried through post-collapse, is a war hero back home, helped, found a new country. I called it, my notes, Pampas, which is the name of a, like, fertile valley area in South America. The actual territory is shared between southern Brazil, Uruguay, and Argentina. But I figured, if we're doing divided states of America, we can shake up South America a little too. So, like, this fertile area would become its own country that he helped, like, give independence to. But, he's a modern-day Cincinnatus. He doesn't accept a government position, man. He goes on to support more techno-communist militias and fight back against the man. Which is probably why, like I said, it makes sense that Claymore would be like, I don't like this dude. I'm not going to say Claymore has tried to punch this dude's ticket, but there have been 9 confirmed attempts to assassinate him, none of which have worked because he's fucking immortal. Whatever that means in this context.
Yeah, maybe I will just get another piece of cyberware and I'll just tie it to my backstory. It just was inactive until now. I don't know. I'll figure out something.
Yeah, or you got it, installed sometime when you were, like, taking a nap or something. I don't know. You had downtime between sessions.
Yeah,
it's a little wiggly.
I'll think of something. But
I know it's going to be interesting because this will be an extra wrinkle as well. Is Dallas got an advancement and he used it to get into hacking.
Yes.
And he even picked, like, a cyber deck, so now we can do Matrix shit.
That's gonna slow down the session. Not because it's gonna take a while. It's just everyone's gonna have to learn the Matrix rules and be like, what?
Yeah. Luckily, I've pre-read it. Most of it's pretty simple. It's like, log in, are the security measures, okay, cool, melt ice, and then access the subroutine. The main thing is, like, it's because it's like every other RPG with hacking, it's got the, like, you need to come up with the map of the different nets and stuff, and I'm like, okay, I'm probably just gonna freeball it. You want to log into the security system, cool, you're in the security system. You can do security system things here. Like, I think your plan is, you've decided you created through the power of Intel a 10-minute window where they're going to be doing a firmware update and all the cameras will be off. So what Dallas' character will probably be doing is either hijacking the cameras when they should be turned off to give you guys Overwatch, or making sure that if there is any camera footage of anything that goes wrong, turning it the fuck off, getting rid of it, deleting that shit.
Yes.
While also possibly, like, silencing alarms and other shit. Hell, he could probably do fun stuff like, if you need a quick exit, he could trip the fire alarm and, like, open all the emergency doors, stuff like that.
I know, it's a good time. It's a good time to have a hacker.
Yeah. And that's the thing I even pointed out is you guys, that was actually a complication last job. You had to outsource. You straight up don't have a hacker, so it was like, okay, how are you guys going to get the encrypted computer file? And your solution was Scroll, your driver, played by Martha, rescued a hacker buddy and he got a dongle. He got a thing that did the thing. It also did some extra stuff. It did some extra things that you didn't know about because, you know, a man's got to look out for himself. But yeah, it was a little bit of a slow session, but I think it worked out in the end. And you guys, once a plan appeared, everybody was very quickly like, yeah, I like this plan. Let's go for it. All right, I'll do this. I'll do that. You know, I'll get this base. You know, and kind of putting it all together and figuring out where you're going to put stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So that'll be interesting. And like I said, I added some new wrinkles that'll come up. You know, and maybe they won't matter. Maybe they will.
Oh, well, this was something I wanted to bring up. So, in the Sprawl, it's not necessarily the death, goodbye world. There's a move called Mix It Up. It's basically what you roll when you want to be like, you want to C/secure an objective. That can mostly also just translate into fucking up a room of guys.
Yes, because they are very explicit, especially in the original Apocalypse role, but even so in the Sprawl, with when they describe what that means, it's like what you're seizing can be ambiguous. It can be people's lives, situations, rooms.
Mm-hmm.
So it's flexible.
Yeah, but I was looking at it earlier, and most moves have like a 10+. But Mix It Up doesn't. It only has, it's 9 to 7 is like, you seize the objective, but, you know, two things happen. It's like, you take harm, someone else takes harm, the, something of value breaks, or someone, like, or I think it was, and there was one more, like, it's noticeable or something. I think that was, like, the 4. But there's no 10+. I was like, that's a little weird to me. Is that just, like, a misprint or something, or is it just literally no, is there just literally no 10?
Check my copy of the sheets.
No 10+ for, Mix It Up.
Hardball, Mix It Up.
Or do you take it that at 10 is just no, everything goes swimmingly?
Oh no, okay. I think that might be a misprint in the move sheet because it seems like 7 to 9 is choose 2, and then they should be like 10+ should be like
maybe choose one
or choose none.
Yeah.
Let me actually pull out because that's how I see that printed on my MC sheet. Let me pull out the actual PDF.
Well, no, because like that's the thing. 10+ for Mix It Up with them would just be no, everything goes fine. You seize the objective. They would usually put something as 10+.
Yeah, they would actually say what 10+ means. All right. Company, Mix It Up. Yeah, no, it's. I guess the idea is so it says 7+ you achieve your objective, and then 7 through 9 is choose 2. So I guess if you roll above a 9, you just don't choose anything.
I guess. Okay.
Mix It Up is your basic move for taking out enemies. Finally, your objective when you mix it up should seldom be kill everyone. You're professionals on a mission, not sociopaths. So stuff like escape the ambush, buy the team enough time, take control of the server room. So let's see. If you can't tell your objectives or consequences, you're supposed to choose a quietly. If you choose part of your objective, you might succeed in acting quietly. But if you do not choose, make little noise, you'll be discovered after, etc., etc. So yeah, there's. I think the idea here is if you get higher than a 9, they don't call it out. You just don't take any of those drawbacks. You just do it.
Okay.
You succeed in your objective with no negatives.
Okay. Before we actually do this, because like I said, Claymore, that's one of the things he's very good at. Is Mix It Up.
Yeah.
So, like, I'm not necessarily against, like, you know, maybe taking some harm or stuff, but like I said, I'm gonna be throwing around gas grenades and stuff. I'm all like, how does this even work?
I mean, it depends on the context. Like, you know. Those guys might, because it is a gas grenade. It'll probably be like, you know, it'll be like a fictional one, but it's not like magic. So it'll be like, you know, there'll be like a hiss and a pop, and there'll be a green cloud. There'll be like maybe a couple seconds of a guy going, and then he falls over. You know, maybe in the phase he can like pop off a shot if he's got a gun. You know,
that's true.
Or maybe like he's gonna, you know, he's been dosed. He's gonna fall asleep, but he has enough time to like rush a couple of feet across the room and try and like punch you. You know. And technically, you know, grenades should be dangerous at close range, but you guys got gas masks, so you're immune to your own gas because you planned it around there.
I mean, I immediately got a point of gear, and I'm like, gas masks, give. Thank you, Hoshiguma.
No, the gas grenade will not be enough to cover whole. Well, maybe some small rooms, but like these are the VIP suites, guys. Some of these rooms are big.
And there's gonna be multiple dudes, probably, and probably multiple rooms.
Now, admittedly, they're grenades, they're area. You can probably like narratively be like, oh, you guys, stumble into the kitchenette, and there's like 4 security guys having coffee, and you'd be like, psh. Well, yeah, but that means multiple rolls,
Yep.
That means more chances to roll snake eyes if you're throwing a lot of grenades. Because, remember, this is all narrative. You can't, well, yes, you can be like, I'm going to huck a couple grenades in this room and get all those guys. Okay, cool. What about the next room, It's about narrative sequences and what makes sense, and me, raising the stakes, upping the pressure, doing moves either as a consequence of misses or just to keep things interesting. And, kind of see how it works out. You guys may or may not have to plug some guys anyway. I know you don't want to because you want to, make it look the most like a drug overdose thing.
I mean, if they have, maybe some, I don't know, maybe we should just bring some fake guns. Bring some guns, we plant them in some hands. I don't know.
I don't know if you got any points of gear left for that, but yeah, you can get some props. Also, they will probably have guns. I think I mentioned earlier they have, submachine guns and stuff, so you could find where they hide their guns and spread them around a little.
Put them in some hands. Maybe I'll take a couple shots, shoot up some walls a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit of collateral. Not significant, but a little bit.
Yeah. I said,
and, if the plan goes perfectly, there will probably still be some tense moments, but, if the plan executes cleanly, it executes cleanly. Then you got to do all the exit strategy and all that other stuff, clean up. Do you bother to run right away, or do you, wait in your room until checkout time at 6 o'clock in the morning or whatever?
Listen, we got a nice room. I kind of want to enjoy it.
And the hotel services are nice. Casino, indoor pool, all kinds of stuff. Real food, home cooking. They've got real Texas Kobe beef. Cyber beef.
Daughter, be the bearer of my wisdom.
Yeah, okay, so we got a point. Mark's got a point of gear.
That might be a good idea, Axe, because it does seem like when we're running the combat, you're usually the one with me.
Yeah, it is. Axe's character of Odin is definitely as the soldier. He's the plan guy, but he's also the most combat capable guy after you. You're literally the killer. That's your playbook. Your job is to make things dead. You are the street samurai. You are the solo. You are the punchman. But as the soldier, Odin is I'm the guy with the plan. I do the thing, and I have the guns. Our other two characters are not that Marth is shabby in a fight if he has access to his vehicle or his drones, but he is the driver. He is your going places and leaving places specialist. And Dallas's character Metatron is the pusher, so he's your face and social manipulation guy, and now he's also your hacker.
I keep thinking what I want to get, if I want to branch out and things. I keep looking at the fucking, the Fixers, not the whole thing, but their main ability just to have groups that do stuff for you. I was like...
Yeah, their gigs and moonlighting? Yeah.
Yeah, no, I was thinking about picking that up for Claymore, and he just has side jobs.
Yeah, it makes sense.
I was thinking of picking up, prostitutes and, let people meet things. It lets basically get credit and intel for free. I'm like, yeah, no, that's great. But
and obviously, if you guys are thinking of investing for more things, do remember that it's I think neural uplink with tactical smart link is that lets you roll synth instead of meat when you're using a gun that is plus linked, and any gun can be plus linked if you want it to.
Yep. No, my Carnage is linked. I do ungodly amounts of damage with it, by the way.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, we discussed that. I think we soloed some giant riot bots last time, and I was like, fuck yeah, you did enough harm. You're good at this. Now, luckily, that gun is noisy and destructive as hell.
And if I miss, it hurts me.
Yeah, it's dangerous. You get recoil or extra. If you have negative synth, it's a may, not a must axe. So you can choose to use the normal stat. It's very funny actually that you're negative synth, considering you've got some cyberware stuff that's kind of a part of it. But it's whatever. Yeah, probably. It probably means you have you either have bad compatibility with cybernetics, or maybe you have philosophical stuff. Maybe you're just bad with tech. I don't know. I don't. So I think it's not as clean in the Sprawl as it is in like Apocalypse World, right? Because those stats are a little more idiosyncratic, you know. Like I can tell you what having -1 weird means. You're not a weird guy. You don't do weird stuff. You know what happens if I have -1 hot? Well, you're not hot. You know. Because it's, what is it? It's hot, hard, cool, weird, and one more? There's 5 stats, I think. What is it?
I'm not sure.
Sharp, right.
Sharp.
Cool is do something under fire. Hard is go aggro, seize by force. Hot is seduce or manipulate. Sharp is read a sick or read a person. Weird is open brain by default. So yeah, when you have bad stat spread in one of those stats, I can be like, well, at -1, you're not hard, or you're not sharp. It makes sense. With the Sprawl, it's like edge, cool, style. It's like, okay, I can kind of interpret those, but like Axe brought up, what does -1 synth mean? You're not synthy?
That's very true.
I mean, I'm sure synth is like the equivalent of weird because it's used for like special rules only, but like it's still hard to like phrase in the fiction. But yeah, so had fun planning the Sprawl, and like I said, I had to do some world building to make some of these things make sense, and then I just like thought about stuff, cyberpunk stuff I like.
That's how we do.
I spent way too much time thinking about like, because we're constantly talking about. I mean, this is literally the principles. I'm supposed to make you like put you guys in the world and you feel it and experience it. So like, we're constantly talking about like fashion and aesthetic designs and like what everything looks like.
Again, this is why I love the setting. This is why I love Powered by the Apocalypse. It's such a simple game, but it's all on the player side just to make the world as vibrant as you want. And I'm like, yes. I'm in this.
Yeah, so we're like, and I was trying to think of like terminology for some of this stuff, and I did, and I actually like I thought through some ideas, and I spent way too much time researching it, but it was kind of fun to think about some of these things. Like I came up with a name for like what one of our default aesthetics was we described, like what people would call it, which is neocro, as in neon and chrome.
Oh,
I will spell it in the chat. So, because we've talked about how there's a decent amount of like 80s and 90s retro in our setting. So like I think neon and chrome, like definitely leaning into the 80s and early 90s stuff, is like that's the aesthetic. Like heavy use of bright colors. Anything that is metal is like bright, shiny chrome plated. Possibly even like retro, bringing up metal plating where we could just use plastics. And then bringing in elements of whatever makes sense, like spandex and leg warmers come back. Maybe people are wearing like coveralls or tracksuits. Everybody's wearing fucking sunglasses. This is kind of like the apex of like classic sneaker culture.
Ooh. Yeah.
Because like Air Jordans in the 90s, and then a lot of other classic sneaker stuff in the 80s. So like that's really big. People are wearing like huge shoulder pads. Everybody has large jackets, windbreakers, oversized blazers, members only jackets, whatever. But then also thinking about other stuff like certain kinds of watches were all the rage during the 80s. So I'm like, all right, everybody's wearing a smartwatch and they won't shut up about it. But I kind of like tried to apply this to like what is the even like broader way of this. Well, the idea is you're not afraid to like show off your bright color, peppy, neon and chrome exterior. So like everybody is like openly wearing their tech. Technological gadgets and excess are to be showed off. They should be chrome and stainless steel and stuff like that. Openly display your cybernetics, display your gadgets like the smartwatch, whatever. Probably in a warmer climate, show a little bit of skin so we can see where you've got, tattoos or piercings or chrome implanted. Kind of a thing. And even like taking that to, some like designs for interior decorating, and even like from fashion to like music, stuff that leans on like classic new wave and techno music, heavy on the synth, that kind of stuff. Unisex hoopy, baggy cargo pants.
Fuck yeah, cargo pants.
high-waisted jeans. And then I was like, okay, but it's the cyberpunk future, so we have to have at least one more aesthetic must be represented. And I literally called it the black trench coat. Your default cyberpunk aesthetic. What people thought, like in the 90s and 2000s, cyberpunk and just general punk fashion would be. Long black coats, mirror shade, leather jackets, fingerless glove, ripped jeans. The way I put it was big, stompy Doc Martens.
Yeah, those are big boots, yo.
Yeah, like, that would be the thing, chains, spikes, thinking about, like, how we've described our kind of, like, the way our settings, like, politics, especially in Pacifica, works is, like, a lot of people wearing, like, either ironic or non-ironic, like, corporate or political, like, pins and buttons. Like, that was a big punk thing historically.
Oh, yeah.
And just think about the jaded, quote-unquote, wokeness of how... And, okay, I don't want to say I think it's a bad thing that, like, say, Pride Month exists and people take pride and all that stuff, but, like, are we seriously, like, completely unjaded about the fact that all those companies, switch over to a rainbow logo for, like, 30 days and then it goes away? Like, some of those large corporations probably don't actually care, but they do it because it's easy and it's a visual signifier that they're doing good, thumbs up. And I'm like, that is absolutely the kind of culture and the kind of, like, aesthetic we have put into our cyberpunk. So... that would definitely be the kind of way they'd go. A lot of emphasis on matte black, punk haircuts, tattoos, occasionally liven up the colors with some plaids and some tartans. Maybe if you want to go subtle, like black turtleneck. I also learned that a real-life fashion is actually, in real life, cyber goth. It's like goth, but cyber.
Cool.
So... I kind of figured that would make sense. Heavy emphasis on synthetic materials, rubbers, latex, plastics. Mix of black and neon colors. I also said that in our future it would probably include elements of, like, EGL and Neo-Victorian styles,
Yeah.
A lot of emphasis on dark and synthetic.
Everything's fake, so we should be too.
Something like that, yeah.
The unenlightened.
But I also had another interesting idea because I was trying to, like, conceptualize a fashion design that I know several of the characters, because several of you guys describe wearing military or paramilitary corporate.
Yep, that's Claymore.
What's this fashion? How does that work? And I came up with paracorp, paramilitary corporate, a fusion of business and military fashion. And honestly, if you guys don't know, there are a lot of things about men's fashion that is emphasized by military wearing uniforms.
Oh, yeah.
For instance, the trench coat and the pea coat, that's both going back to the World Wars.
Oh, yeah, no. Listen, pea coats are great. I used to have one in the Navy. Oh, man, it was amazing.
Yeah.
Ooh, classy as fuck.
Another thing is, like, everybody loves a bomber jacket.
Flight jackets, bomber jackets.
Yeah. I did not know this, but apparently before they were a fashion thing, it was a uniform thing, was chino pants.
I did not know that.
So that's another thing that started as a military style. So, like, I figured that would be a go. Emphasis on, like, business or business casual and military surplus. You wear combat boots or desert boots everywhere.
Yes. This is Claymore, yes.
I mean, because just... Also, first of all, why not? But then also, yeah, fashion statement. Using camouflage patterns on everything for no reason, which already happens anyway. And, like I said, this could be as simple as, like, everybody knows the collared uniform t-shirt, right, with the little logo print on it. I figured that would work as, like, a uniform thing. Or logo windbreakers. This actually showed up in our session. I talked about how Suzaki was wearing, like, bright red logo windbreakers. Or stuff that's just, like, when you wear your blazer or your double-breasted suit, wearing a tack vest over it or a tack harness, But also lots of stuff, maybe wearing the boonie caps. In extreme cases, people would go with, like, a business suit that has obvious armor plate in it, or straight up wearing an officer's cap. Heavy emphasis on various colors, playing to, like, obviously matte black or Arctic white, but, khaki, olive drab, navy blue kind of a stuff, The colors we associate with uniforms.
Maybe I'll think more about Claymore's fashion. Like, what exactly he likes to wear.
And I thought about, like, what's the aesthetic of this, and, like, how does it go to, like, other stuff, too? Like, probably heavy emphasis on clean, short haircuts,
Yep.
you know, crew cuts or flat tops, or, you know, if you're, you know, a woman with long hair or even a man with long hair, you know, professional bun at the back that can fit under a helmet kind of a thing.
Yep.
You know, and a heavy focus on either things that look mil-spec or utilitarian, because, you know, we're in a post-war society. There's a lot of veterans, and there's a lot of people who want to look cool. I expect, like, a lot of cars probably follow this look sometimes. Like, if they're not straight-up mil-surf, they look like it. Like, you know, like the Hummer. The Hummer is built like a Humvee.
Yes.
Well, imagine just all of that. Jeeps are ex-military cars, you know, Land Rovers, shit like that. You know, blocky vans, large trucks. You know, instead of a nice leather briefcase, you carry like a matte black military-style hard case kind of a thing. You know, ruggedized computers, pilots' watches, bomber jackets, all that kind of stuff. The other thing I wanted to lock down was, because we described the Nakamura Hotel this way, I decided to switch. I think I called it like Japanese neoclassical. Well, guess what? There's actually a Japanese architectural style that is influenced by neoclassical.
Oh, really?
It's the imperial style.
Oh, that makes sense.
That was, popular in the, you know, early 1900s, which is basically like neoclassical fronts with classical traditional Japanese rooftops. And I was like, okay, so this is neo-imperial architecture and decor and fashion.
We've gone around.
We've talked about, right? Like, there's a lot of immigration, and apparently some of this this imperial style was popular in areas of not just of like China and Korea under Japanese occupation, but also it's a popular art style or architectural style in parts of Taiwan.
Oh, really?
And I got to imagine in the Singularity War situation we talked about, some stuff happened in Taiwan too.
Probably, yes.
I mean, there's if in our backstory, the idea was that like in a lab in Japan, true AI was created. You know, the singularity happened, and China decided to roll in to take it, and the U.S. was like, no, those are our allies. We'll take care of that. Don't you worry. And this, you know, sprawls into the Singularity War, World War III, whatever. There's no way if China was launching a fucking boots-on-ground invasion of actual Japan, they wouldn't also be like, also, by the way, Taiwan, yoink.
Can I give that back?
I'm taking that back while nobody's looking. We have lots of jokes about what Cyberpunk Australia is like. I'm fairly certain the Chinese did not conquer Australia, though, because much like in World War II and the Japanese, Australia is a hellhole, and you don't want to try and take it by land. They're probably minding their own business out there. But so, like, I think it makes sense that this extends to, like, an architectural style. You've just lost a homeland. You're going to have a lot of people who are doubling down on, like, traditional arts and architecture.
You gotta save their culture and whatnot.
So, you know, heavy emphasis on colors like deep reds, golds, and whites, you know. Like I said, the neoclassical, you know, column blocks, the big sweeping Japanese rooftops, buildings that deliberately call to like Japanese temples or castles. You know, heavy internal emphasis on like geomancy, you know, you know, feng shui type stuff. Like everything is positioned exactly correct. These must face the north and whatever. That's lucky. Lots of illusions in traditional Asian art styles. You know, everybody has a Sumai ink painting these days, kind of a thing, because you want to look cool.
Yeah.
And like I said, even extends to fashion. You know, like I expect there would probably be a push for even among refugee or immigrant communities for like making formal Japanese traditional fashion like acceptable formal clothing. Like, I mean, this does happen in Japan, but I'm talking about it happening over here, or at least in the Pacifica of the future, where like, you know, you wear the kimono or the traditional, you know, the pants at Hakama as like that's your formal wear, right?
Yeah.
Like that's your tuxedo. And like I even noted, this style sometimes is even used by non-Asians, but only when usually connected to big, you know, originally Nipponese companies or families.
Actually, also that's something. When did we start using the word Nipponese?
That's something I stole from Snow Crash.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because I think we decided it would make more sense because, you know, that is, you know, Japan is the thrice corrupted weird nonsense that I think the Portuguese whispered it to the English, who whispered it to us in like a giant game of telephone.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
Because it's in Japanese, the actual Japanese language, which is Nihongo. It is Nihon.
Nippon. Yeah, Nihon.
Yeah, Nippon. Like, so I figured that would probably be the like slightly more, you know.
I guess that is more accurate technically.
Yeah, more accurate, or at least more like. If we were actually syncretized, it would be like a leaning towards Nihon or Nippon rather than Japan. I don't think anybody. I honestly, as far as I know, I don't think the Japanese are upset about how we pronounce the name of their country in English, how we, Romanized it. But I'm just like, I think that would be like, that's a cool, like, easy to do, like, future detail, right?
Yeah.
Is like, we change the pronunciation of the name slightly to be more accurate.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, I was just wondering because I heard like using. I switched to it too. But I was like, when did we actually decide that or something? I was like,
we may have brought it up in session 0. I'm just thinking of, like I said, that's what Snow Crash did. Though Snow Crash was written from the perspective of like, Japan will be a major economic powerhouse in the future.
It kind of was.
That we did not necessarily go with.
No.
But yeah, so like I said, I came up with some other dumb ideas. Like one idea that I couldn't put down, I called it Big Mac.
Big Mac.
As in Big Macintosh. So basically, imagine, audience, and Lucky, imagine like the quality and excess of like, heavy duty hip hop fashions, like gangster rap bling, but it's all white plastic. It's an iPod.
Oh God.
Like just. Because that's what a lot of people think the future is like, right? It's like, contoured white plastic, shiny surfaces, light plasto bubbling. And I'm like, how do we make this even more future? And I'm like, yeah, no. This is how you be ostentatious in the gritty cyberpunk future is you have clean, surgical white, soft plastic. Everything is like, the way I describe it is everything is big and loud and clean with soft, non-threatening edges and shiny plastic detailing. Like how do you say you're not part of the unwashed masses? What if you have a giant, puff jacket, but it's perfectly white, and it's made of like that lotus-coated material, so it can't even get stains. My coat repels wine. It's fireproof. You can't even put a cigarette out on me, right? Like, But yeah, I mean. We talked about this in the session 0. You specifically, X, were very keen on us not going in a nihilistic, like, everything sucks forever bent.
Yeah.
Like, and we all decided we kind of wanted to avoid, like, cyberpunk being a huge apparatus that only exists to cause human suffering. Instead, the much more natural, where human suffering is a byproduct of, regular human greed and selfishness.
I think it's
usual bullshit.
I think we just went on a natural progression of if something happened. What would the natural result of that be with most people being okay and maybe only a few dicks involved in the equation?
Yeah.
Not everyone.
Basically, we take on the whole that humans are neither inherently good or evil. We are self-organizing and we are selfish, but we will also be communal, right?
Yeah.
Like where do we draw our new communities? Where do we like split our new communities and stuff? Like I was actually thinking about, because I brought this up a couple of times with like our target in the sprawl that I came up with is a net evangelist. So he's like, a televangelist, but on the net. So he's like Twitch streaming. And the people at Collection Plate are simps now. Listen, guys, I'll be straight up. I don't have a strong opinion of televangelists. And certain aspects of American conservative religious culture, but I live here, so I can have those opinions. But like, I had to think about what's actually like future conservatism. It would be like, honestly, like my thoughts were just straight up like, it's probably, while there's still probably some leftover like deep-seated social prejudice because you're not going to deprogram like certain kinds of generational racism and other stuff.
No, not really.
I expect that's not directly part of the rhetoric, and nobody tries to make it about that, because we live in a literal fragmented U.S. There are literally like guys across borders. Those dirty liberal Northerners. They're literally a different country now. So like, I figure it could make much more sense to be much more nationalist and again anti-immigration in a very tangible way.
Yeah.
So like, they don't really fight about like racial issues or LGBT issues in the conservative cultures, at least in the conservative polities of America, what used to be the USA. It's much more about like being fiscally conservative, minimal government spending, small social programs, large emphasis on free market. But what they would be staunchly anti-AI and anti-robotics.
Sounds about right, yeah.
Anti-AI because there would be probably some religious objections to AI and roboticism, but also just practical ones. Boy, howdy, it's really hard to have a lot of wage slaves and keep them all funded because you don't. But that's how everybody needs to work to get their medical insurance if robots do all the work. By the way, unrelated fun fact: I saw a news article the other day, a little note on Twitter. Apparently, in our world of job demand currently, as we are, companies are buying record amounts of robots. We may be moving closer and closer towards the automation as people decide they don't actually want to work shit-ass jobs. I know that Walmart a couple of weeks ago said that they've been running automated trucks between a couple of stores in their headquarters state without drivers.
Oh, neat.
Like, fully automated. They don't even need the safety driver anymore. They're like, no, the robots know this road. And I'm like, that's interesting. Like, I don't think that manned trucking is going to go away overnight. It's like why, like, we haven't all transitioned to electric cars is because oil companies are, like, fighting it. But, like, you know, the associations of truckers, I don't know if they're literal truckers union, but they're not going to be eager to be replaced. And I'll admit, humans are not going to be comfortable with robot trucks for a while. They're going to want to make sure there's a dude in there to, like, turn the wheel in an emergency. But
I mean, like, I'm okay with automated driving, but I still think there should be a human on site just in case something goes weird, you know?
yeah, you know. So, like, we are at an interesting cusp of automation, which is a thing we talked about in our cyberpunk future. So I decided that, like, that's probably something for conservative polities as they are against some of that automation because it, you know, it replaces humans. Cybernetics and genetic engineering are okay, but they are limited to, like, human levels, and cosmetic cyberization would be, like, unusual or restricted. Like, that would be the new those dang kids thing in the cyberpunk conservative future is like, well, these people getting these, you know, cosmetic cybernetics, you know, that's not like Jim Bob down the street who lost his hand in the cannery and needed a robot hand to replace it so he could keep working so his 9 kids could, you know, eat and go to school. But, you know, his cousin Billy Joe just wanted a robot finger to a lighter. That's gross. It's weird.
How dare? How, what's the word? Ostentatious, extravagant.
Yeah, you know, he cut off a part of himself to get a lighter. That's weird. You know, that, and I think that kind of fits our ethos, and that puts us into clash because of how we've described Pacifica. And honestly, you know, you guys as player characters, Chrome is mandatory.
Oh, yeah.
And I suspect that several of the characters, some of your implant choices were not by, you know, they were not necessarily medical necessities. Some of them were, like Dallas's backstory. His character Metatron got, you know, blown up in an assassination attempt. So that's why he has lots of cyber and stuff. But I think it's in it's literally in Scroll's backstory that he, you know, competed on a job to get a cutting edge implant so he could do his job better. It was not necessarily a medical expense.
Claymore is very simple. He just wanted to be very good at killing stuff.
Oh, and I'm sure, you know, because let's see, Suzaku is, I think, military and electronics.
Yes.
I believe that means they probably make a lot of mil-spec cyberware.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, I'm sure there was a discount plan for you. It was like, hey, get chromed up now, pay later.
But no, like I said, I'm very excited for the Sprawl tomorrow. Well, I'm nervous excited. Because, like I said, Omega has gone out of his way to make... Well, I mean, it's only fair. I mean, things can go wrong. But when you hear that the GM is definitely saying, yeah, I got things that happen to go wrong, you're just like, oh, no.
I'm prepared for what the dice do, both ways.
No, but I'm excited. I do want things to go off swimmingly. I really should figure out what I want to do for my advancement, though.
Yeah, if anybody's got any lingering advancements, be sure to scratch those off and figure it out. They are pretty rare. You need fucking 10 experience to advance.
Yeah,
and you don't get free
experience.
Yeah, that's a weird one. The Sprawl is paced a little weird. I like it a lot, but some of the, like, mechanics for, you know, how we shake out things is not,
Because usually Powered by the Apocalypse games aren't supposed to be, like, super long-form games, really. You're usually just they're quick to put up, they're quick to pick up and quick to put down. So usually to level up, you only usually need like what, like four to 5 boxes usually.
Yeah, and the only one I think that does that, like, scales up is like Dungeon World, but that's deliberately that invokes, you know, old school, like, D&D style RPGs.
Yeah.
And even then, they still have the rule that you get EXP when you fail a roll.
Yeah.
Which, as far as I could tell in the Sprawl, does not.
Mm-hmm.
You have to hit your directives or mission objectives, and like missions have like 5 or 6 EXP, but that's still like you have to do 2 full fucking missions with or without hitting your directives to get a level up, which is like, okay, that's slow.
Yeah. So that's a little weird, but
like I said, I'm not afraid to like speed it up and be generous with the directives, because like advancement is cool, and I don't fear like you guys are gonna get like super OP, because first of all, Power of the Apocalypse already does that, and I don't think because there aren't as many different playbooks. Oh, so many playbooks in the Google Apocalypse world, even in the second edition I reviewed. But like, I don't think there is the easy way to just do the thing where you like make all your moves the stat you've got +3 and then fuck everybody up. Like,
no, there's not.
Yeah, I actually talked about that with you already in Secret Acts. I'm okay with you swapping a move you think fits better, because I think you also advanced and had a move in mind, but then we're like, actually, I want to do something different. If your move hasn't come up and like been super story important so far, you can swap to something else that makes sense. We are playing our 2 sessions of this game like 6 months apart, so that's like I said, there was like 30 minutes of like before we even got to anything remotely resembling the job. There was like 30 to 40 minutes of pre-show faff as we like got all our stuff in, and we still missed some stuff. I like forgot to make you guys invest in the job.
Oh yeah,
Dallas forgot to like roll his start of mission move.
Mm-hmm.
Stuff like that. So like, yeah, we had to brush off the rust a little, get it out of our chrome.
I'm just thinking about that.
I'm sure it'll be fun no matter what.
Yeah, no. I'm just excited. Like I said, when I get done with here, I'll probably actually jump off of Final Fantasy 14 and go look at the book and be like, ah!
Yep. Prep. Well, I need to, because we've been going for a while and I was a lot of talking at some of that stuff. I need to take a second and grab a water really quick and step away. When I'm back, I have some ideas. I actually put some notes on. Somebody's bringing up in chat Disney Plus Day. It's in my notebook. Well, we could do that when I come back.
All right, cool. Well,
and I got a couple of other quick mentions.
Okay.
So I'm going to pause the audio for a second while I step out. Like I said, I'm going to go grab a drink of water real quick.
I will be stepping out as well, so I will be right back.
All right. Intermission.
Okay, and I am back. I have acquired a burrito. I will eat away from the mic, so you probably will not hear me. Why do I have a burrito, you say? Why don't I have a burrito? Why don't you have a burrito? Oh, standby. Maybe I should make a standby screen. I can make a standby screen. I can throw some tier ribbons on it.
Okay.
And Omega's back.
Yeah, I'm back. Are we zooming and everything?
Yeah, we're zooming.
Okay. Unpause the audio. Got my water. I got up and walked around. I have opened my window. I may have to get up and close it because it is about 55 degrees outside, but my room is stuffy, so I'm letting the heat out really quick. But yeah, everybody remember to get up and stretch. We've been going for about 3.5 hours. Obviously, some of you have popped in and popped out and all that fun stuff, so, you know. Go ahead and check it out. And make sure to, you know, take your breaks, get up and stand up. We appreciate you sitting with us. And obviously, if you can be active while you do this, it's fine. But we're being live streamed right now, so I'm sure most of you are sitting watching the screen. But yeah, so the other day was Disney Plus Day. Disney talking about their latest stuff. And I don't have a... I mean, actually, is there a user list, as we like to do with these things? I know that they did talk about a lot of big things. Marvel had a lot of stuff, of course.
Oh.
So let's see. There's another season of What If. We're working towards Secret Invasion. There's going to be a new Spider-Man animated series.
Oh, neat.
Ms. Marvel. Interesting. So they're going to do X-Men 97 as an all-new series. New X-Men cartoon. Interesting.
97?
I think the big ones, though, the big ones that I've seen on trailers is we have trailers for, like, She-Hulk. Looking good. I'm kind of interested in that. I know if you She-Hulk. And we have a trailer for Moon Knight as well. So they're doing a lot of Marvel stuff. Apparently doing a spin-off for Hawkeye already. I think they had a new... I think they reshowed maybe the trailer for Book of Boba Fett. We're having a little Boba Fett miniseries they're going to bring out. They showed some concept art, but didn't have a trailer for Kenobi, which I think that's still a limited series, not a movie. It was like a sizzle reel. Yeah, I think they just showed the concept art. It looks cool. Like, they've got possible, Obi-Wan versus Vader, middle match set between Revenge of the Sith and A New Hope, which may or may not make continuity heads melt. But also, I would say this, the guys at Lucasfilm who do this kind of stuff are themselves really keen on continuity. I heard an interview with some of the guys who work at, like, it was Sam Witwer. He was I think he's still pretty tight with the T20 Radio guys. They do a podcast on Star Wars RPGs. Or did. I don't know what the fuck they do nowadays because the RPG hasn't come out with new material in forever. But he actually, showed up for some shows with them, and he actually works at, Lucasfilm's, audio back end, because not only does he do VA work, but also he works on the technical end. He talked about how for Rogue One, they had some stuff planned and they worked some stuff out. They even were going to bring back Wedge's original voice actor to do VO, and then their, senior guy caught that in A New Hope, he says, look at the size of that thing, which means he couldn't have seen the Death Star before, which is seen in the ending space battle in Rogue One. So they're like, oh, shoot, we got to cut it because it doesn't make sense. So, I am sure somebody in Lucasfilm is, thinking about the continuity errors. It might be pretty interesting. They've got both Ewan and Hayden Christensen back. He's apparently, doing training to actually be in the suit as Vader.
Oh, neat.
Yeah. I am sure that they're going to have, as usual, James Earl Jones do all the voicing and stuff. But, it'll be interesting to actually get him in the suit as the actor. So he'll be showing up. They've got some concept art for, Inquisitors rolling around on screen kind of a thing. Probably some tie-in with some of the characters we've seen in the comics over Fallen Order.
I'm just kind of stuck on that idea of that Hayden Christensen's actually getting in the suit.
Yeah, he actually did the in-suit scenes in Revenge of the Sith, but he hasn't been attached to, Star Wars in, forever. But he's apparently eager to come back. I know a lot of people make fun of his acting, but also, I mean, he's not. I don't think he's the best actor from what I've seen of other roles. But he's okay, and George Lucas is a notoriously tough to work with director. As an actor director, like everybody knows Natalie Portman's great, but even she had some bad deliveries in some of the Star Wars prequels because that's just like what you do with George. He's much better of an idea guy for like concepts and framing and stuff like that. So it'll be interesting. And like I said, if the concept art is true, you know, he's gonna get his Hayden Christensen's gonna get his rematch with Ewan McGregor. You know, they're gonna go back to it. He's apparently actually practicing for the choreo. So it sounds like they're putting in the effort in the series, which I appreciate.
Oh yeah.
But there's a lot of stuff. I mean, there's some other, you know, kind of side stuff. Personally, I know that to celebrate, they released that Shang-Chi and the Ten Rings is on Disney Plus now. I haven't watched it yet, but I will, because that was in the theaters not too long ago, and I didn't have a chance because, like I said, I don't even know where the theaters are in here. If you are interested, I do believe over this weekend, Disney Plus is doing a special deal where your first month is like $1.99.
Oh, interesting.
So if you want to, it's the full, you know, $7.99 after that. But if you want to get your first taste in like a month, you can sign up this weekend for pretty cheap. If that's your thing, you know. But yeah, the one thing I will say is that the news seems a little spread out. I don't even know all of it, but there's some stuff people might care about. Apparently, they're doing like a sequel or a reboot to The Proud Family. You'll remember your Disney Channel originals. I remember. I think I did. I think I saw somewhere somebody talking about they're making a sequel to Hocus Pocus.
Really?
Yeah, that I'm like, really? I'll watch it though. I like that movie, but we'll see. See what happened. It's been a while. I know that I think they hard announced that they're doing a second season of the Bad Batch cartoon. Let's see, Kenobi. They got a lot of releases like Jungle Cruise, etc. They got some special access stuff. Talk about Boba Fett, Moon Knight, Miss Marvel. And that's so Secret Invasion is a series. Interesting. That's a Marvel series. So they got a lot of stuff. They're doing like apparently an original series for Baymax.
Really?
You know, from Big Hero 6. Like it's just like called Disney's Baymax. It's gonna be over the summer.
That sounds lovely.
Oh, interesting, actually. Also, apparently we're going back to our deep roots. They're doing a Princess and the Frog series starring character Tiana is like in the vein of like classic Disney Channel animated, you know, TV sequels or movies. It seems like. Remember when they used to do that? That was wild.
I remember Aladdin. I remember. Let's see. I remember
they had a Hercules series. They had a Tarzan series.
Yep.
Then they kind of pivoted, and I mean they still do that a little. There was apparently a Rapunzel follow-up series.
I remember Lilo and Stitch. I think that was my favorite one.
Yeah, that was also another really good one because they got to really play around with all the extra numbers and stuff.
Buzz Lightyear.
Oh, actually, all right. This is a fun thing that's just for me. Finish your thought there first, Lucky.
I was about to just bring up Buzz Lightyear.
Oh yeah, right. I love that series too. And they haven't put that on Disney Plus or like on DVD or anything. Please, it's cool. I like it a lot.
I mean, bring it out before they bring out that movie. I don't think we ever talked about the fucking trailer for the Buzz Lightyear.
Yeah, we didn't. Right, they're doing a Buzz Lightyear animated show that's like in canon to Buzz Lightyear, and that brought up a lot of people talking about the old cartoon.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember if it was a joke or not. But did they say Chris Pratt is also Buzz Lightyear? Is Chris Pratt everybody?
I don't remember.
I don't remember. Chat, help me out here.
But no, like I saw that trailer and I was like, oh man, this hits me in my childhood in a way that I didn't even think. Because the Buzz Lightyear, it's Buzz Lightyear, but it looks like it's actually like, I wouldn't say it's a like.
Oh, it's Chris Evans as Buzz Lightyear. It's still bad. It's a Chris, and it's like fucking crazy. It's so weird.
I mean, I don't think Chris Evans is necessarily a bad choice. I mean, he is Captain America.
Oh no, he's fun. Yeah, he's Captain America. Also, I remember before he got super buff for Captain America, he was in shit like The Losers and.
I still show people him of doing the telekinetic books, and it's like.
Yeah, from The Losers. I love that. I think it's on Netflix, by the way, if people are looking for it. I mean, I remember him as Human Torch, but
Yeah, man, I always like.
what was that? Oh god, what was it called? There was that one. I really liked it. That one movie about like psychic powers. Push. That's right.
Yeah, I'm about to say Push. It was because
Yeah.
it was the same one as what was it? Not Jumper, I think it was, or something like that. Because Push. And
Yeah, it was the same year. It was kind of in the same vein, but I liked Push a lot more than you. But like that movie was rad.
Skippy from IT. That's right.
Oh, that scene's so good. So that fits. Glad to see that man doing work, obviously. But something that's interested to me, I want to check out, especially because I know they did some movie stuff that didn't go anywhere. But they're apparently doing a live-action TV series for the Spiderwick Chronicles. If anybody's read those books aimed at children and/or young adults,
I've heard of them. I can't think of I can't necessarily say that I know what it is off the top of my head.
it's it was in the vein of that era of like kid/young adult books of like kind of urban fantasy, but not quite because it wasn't actually very urban. Basically, some kids inherit an old house from their like ancestor, and he left behind a magic book listing all of the great greebly gobblies out there, and they try to get the book and stuff.
Oh, okay.
And they run into lots of fantastical creatures, And I'm like, I remember reading them as a kid. They were pretty good. I'll be interested to see. I'm sure Disney funded a movie adaptation. Like, they tried to adapt the Chronicles of Narnia, and then they stopped after the good books. I said it. Does anybody remember what the Silver Chair was about? I bet they don't. But yeah, so there's a lot of interesting stuff, but it's also a lot of stuff, and not even I can keep track of all of it. So I'm interested to see, and I am sure that Disney Plus will yell at me about that stuff coming out. But there's been another newsy kind of thing that's scooching.
Oh.
Which, some other up-to-date stuff that I want to bring up to people, if only because I know that some people on the internet may care, and we may care. We've talked about it a little, but it's Elden Ring's open network test right now.
Yep.
It's being called like one of the largest, open betas ever. Because apparently it shows off a lot of the open world stuff, and I've seen some of the footage and I've collected some opinions. I have some interesting thoughts. The general impression I have gotten is that Elden Ring definitely feels like a greatest hits of their From Software Soulsborne's experience. So, like, for instance, they've brought back something you could do in Dark Souls 1 where you can level up at any shrine bonfire thing. Your pal Milena now teleports to you to level you up. Many jokes about the finger maidens. Yeah. So there's that. There's apparently something called basically there's checkpoints before bosses. They respawn you if you die, but they don't give you like full teleport ability, so it kind of removes some of the salty runback scenario, right?
That's fair.
They're also doing a lot of other things like twin blades and dual wielding is back. You can also power stance. You can double hand one-handed weapons.
Oh, neat.
They've done a lot of stuff with magic. You have Dark Souls levels of poise, but you also can't walk through attacks for an easy backstab. But backstabbing is in. You can still do backstabs and stuff. You can now crouch and like hide in bushes for stealth like Sekiro. Also, you can actually fucking jump. I have seen the footage. It's like Sekiro's jump. You can jump over low attacks and stuff.
Oh, that's lovely.
Apparently, certain enemies have like certain stance bars and stuff like that. So it looks like you're a lot more like athletic and fast-paced. It's really they're doing like a greatest hits of mechanics. They've apparently got some new stuff. You get a horse you can summon, so you can travel by horseback because everything's way more open world. So it's like Breath of the Wild style. You can whistle up a horse. Apparently, after you do a successful block, you can do a strong counterattack.
Okay.
So it sounds like they're really doing kind of their greatest hits of the game, and I'm definitely, now that I've heard some of this and I've seen some of the footage, I'm a little more interested.
Yeah. I'm down to clown
it sounds like they're doing some of their best mechanics. We'll see if I'll probably wait till it comes out so I can see if it's got those super hard moments like a Sekiro, right?
Yeah.
Like, see if there's anybody who's like, oh man, this one boss, you'll die like 50 times, and I'll be like, all right, maybe I'll give it a skip. But it definitely seems a little cooler. I will say, from what I understand of like the backstory stuff and what the people showing off, it's very much the same old shit. There were gods, but then they fucked up and they broke the magic thing and they scattered it everywhere. Now you must collect the things and go to the place to ascend to become the new guy of the thing. Okay. You are like an exile from another place that's not this place because we can't ever show you what other places is like, but you're always an outsider, so you never know any of the deep backstory we explain to you through loot drops. Uh-huh. Seriously, like, look at it. Every one of those games, other than, I think, Sekiro, which Sekiro has that whole built-in backstory drive going for you.
Yes.
Like, every other, Dark Souls and Bloodborne is like, you are a foreigner who came to a place to get the thing, or like, you're fucking a zombo in a prison for zombies. So, like, they all follow that formula, so it doesn't look like the story's breaking crazy new ground. But, like, there's some actual interested, It seems like they're doing some stuff with gameplay. I've seen some of the footage. Everything looks sufficiently high fidelity. Like I said, you hide and stuff. There's lots of little areas to explore. They play around with, like, light in caves a lot more is interesting. Mm-hmm. So, like, you can enter areas where it actually gets dark unless you have a torch or lantern or something kind of a thing. I mean, I don't know. Did people not like the backstory for Sekiro?
I mean, I like it.
Having watched some people play Sekiro, I think it was very on point for a fucking samurai-ass story.
Yeah.
You're kind of a Ronin boy, a wolf man, doing stuff, killing guys. Mm. I mean, as usual, it had the FromSoft thing where some guys were, like, twice as huge as you, and I don't know how they explain that because that's not how humans work, but whatever. Dragon God and other stuff, but, like, I don't know. I mean, you're making a lot of assumptions, Axe. Not that I want to drill down because I don't know everything about Sekiro, but I feel like you're assuming some things. You're talking about people's opinions. I mean, like I said, from what I saw of Sekiro's plot summary, I was like, yes, this is a samurai movie. Now, that's an interesting story, if true, that Miyazaki, the guy behind some of the Soulsborne stuff, he interpreted high fantasy novels as vague because they were full of shit that he didn't understand. That makes sense. I get who doesn't have English as a first language trying to read fantasy novels and not getting it. There's a lot of proper noun problems.
Mm-hmm.
So, but yeah, that, like I said, I saw some footage, I saw some reports. Seems interesting. I'll keep an eye on it.
Seems interesting.
I do know that Returnal did add the suspend session feature, but I checked that out. We'll see. But, yeah. In that case, I have a couple more things to run, just a couple of quick things to run out the clock on, but if lucky, if you got anything else to bring up.
Not on Disney Plus or anything like that, no.
Yeah, anything in general? I know, obviously, you like you said, you haven't collected your thoughts on anime, but anything else going on with you besides Blue Archive? Thinking about Cyberpunk stuff?
Next week, I might have some deets on Revive Witch, which is another gacha game that came out recently that I saw. Looks like it has sick pixel art. I'm about that.
Yeah, that's
so I'll give that a try. Like, I ordered my copy of Estrella Ascending, so probably by next week, me and Omega should both have thoughts on it.
Yeah, I'm hoping that that Shadowfall will not take me too long to beat if I dedicate some time to it. I'll probably do it over the weekend. Mm-hmm. Like, I'm debating with myself, like, because I do have some stuff I want to do, obviously, to keep prepped for Prague. I may or may not want to catch some of the guys for some test games, because I know they're lurking around. So I may or may not play some Yu-Gi-Oh!, but I also will probably clock in some Shadowfall as well.
Oh, no, that guy got the, I forgot the name of the tentacle pirate in, Pirates of the Caribbean.
You got Davy Jones'd?
Yeah, he got Davy Jones'd. Basically, he got affected by Leviathan's aether so much that he turned into a horrible tentacle captain. Then I killed him. Well, I'm trying to kill him. Yeah. Listen, me and the Crows were talking about this either, but Final Fantasy XIV, if you look past all the crazy happenings that happens when you put a bunch of PCs in an area, Final Fantasy XIV is kind of dark.
That happens with a lot of Final Fantasy games, actually. Like, it's really interesting how the Japanese approach to dark fantasy works. Mm-hmm. where like some are more open like a Dark Souls, but some it's just like, oh yeah, if you just think about this like horrible cycle of violence and what all these monsters and shit mean, it's like, man, this is a little fucked up. There's some gnarly shit happening.
Yeah, because basically these are pirates that were in service to a primal, which is I can pretty much call it a false god. But because they spent too much time, they failed it, they were exposed to its ether, and they were tempered. Tempering basically means they lose their free will, and if you get exposed to it, you start mutating. So all these people used to be regular-ass humans who are now just kind of mindless zombies. And it's like, oh. And this is something and I'm here specifically because I came here earlier because these pirates were, kidnapping women and children for very bad reasons, and like killing men, stealing stuff. So we came here to boop their snoot. So because we came here to boop their snoot, the survivors all got turned into horrible fishmen, and now we're dealing with that. And now we got to fight the Kraken.
And there's a giant cuttlefish on the shore.
Yes. Inkjet, Suna. I just typed that. And like this whole game is just full of like that. It's like, yeah, normally it's like, yeah, you're gonna go fight some darkness and stuff, but when you actually look down of the dark, look at the details of the darkness, it's like,
This is another problem that happens if people think too hard about D&D, which is honestly where I think most dark fantasy comes from, is people think too much about what D&D is doing.
Oh.
And they realize that if you think about it, man, some of that shit's fucked up.
Yeah.
But I think actually, other than lore stuff, I think actually that talk about me playing Shadowfall, because there was a reason why I was hunting for video games to play. Because I, as you know, I like to multitask, guys. And I like to do multiple things at once. And I got kind of, on a whim, I got kind of sucked back into doing some, like, obviously, like I said, literally a week ago was when my power was out for a long time. So I had some time to catch up on some reading. So I did some reading of some stuff, and like I said, I busted out the pulps. Because I have a lot of original printings of some Nero Wolfe novels by Rex Stout. And I also, in addition to having several of those in hard copy, I also have the entire Rex Stout collection on audiobook format on my PC. Which is why I was like, man, I want to actually, like, do some time and listen to some stuff. I need some, I need to play some video games to, like, kind of balance that out. I did not get a lot of listening to things done while playing Guardians of the Galaxy because I was paying very close attention to the music and the dialogue cues. But for something like Shadowfall, I can read subtitles and shoot men. It's not a big deal. So I've been catching up on the audiobooks, and that just got me back in the general oeuvre. I think I've mentioned before that I am a big fan of the Nero Wolfe mysteries.
Yes.
But I don't know if I've dived into detail. But honestly, thinking about it this past, as I've been listening to some, that series and style of Rex Stout's novels really definitely influenced a lot of my own thoughts about detective work. Because the setup for the stories is kind of interesting. If you don't know, I'll pitch these to you in very short. So the structure of the novel is this: the books are narrated by Archie Goodwin, who is the personal assistant. Basically, executive assistant in modern terms, Legman to Nero Wolfe, New York's most skilled and most expensive private detective. And so he narrates the books as if he's, like, writing these case files down. It's kind of like the literary agent hypothesis,
Yeah.
Like, he plays the quote-unquote Watson role, and he writes down the novels, and hypothetically, this is where the stories come from. They are published from case notes he's released. And Archie, as our narrator, is he can gnaw detective flat-footed up with the best of them. He can throw a punch, he can shoot a gun. He's smart, but he's not as smart as his boss Wolf. But he's also, at his heart, he's a good guy. He stands up for the ladies. When he needs to go to bed, he has a nice tall glass of relaxing milk. He's smart but not too smart. He's physical but not too physical. Like, he's a nice all-rounder character, and he also he has a very strong first-person smartass reflex, which, as you know, is something I am all about. I probably got a lot of it from these books originally, but it's something I get even more so than like Harry Dresden's first-person snark style. I feel like because I was reading or listening to Rex Stout even earlier than that, like those are some big hallmarks for like how I dictate first-person character. But Nero Wolfe, you might say, why does he, if he's the best and most expensive detective in New York, why does he need a personal assistant? Because Nero Wolfe is a well-known eccentric. He never leaves his house on business. He has a strict schedule. Every day until 11 o'clock, he's up in his plant rooms on the top floor of his brownstone apartment, tending to his orchids. I think this is another reason why I got into the series. My mother's very fond of orchids, and we have several around the house. But, so Nero Wolfe is an orchid guy. So he has a greenhouse full of orchids. He tends to the plant rooms every day from, I think it's like 9 to 11, and then in the afternoon from, like, 4 to 6. So, and he does not ever deviate from his schedule. He does not discuss business at meals. He's a well-known gourmand. Archie in the narration describes that he consistently that Nero Wolfe weighs 1/7 of a ton. So he is quite sizable. His building is very plush. So it's an interesting fusion. It is like Nero Wolfe is like the ultimate armchair detective. Literally, he never leaves his house to do anything except for like the small handful of cases where it happens, because of course it does. That's the author being clever. You got to break the rules. But if possible, he will assemble everybody in his office at the brownstone. He will conveniently call his friend, a police inspector, in, and he will accuse them, and he will be like, "My work here is done. Take them away," because he's a private detective. He's doing this for pay. So like a lot of the clients are people coming up with top-notch like investigate this murder, investigate this blackmail, find out what happened to this guy. And Wolfe's very particular about his cases. He does not deal with anything dealing with like divorce or certain family issues. Wolfe himself, I talk about, he has an interesting attitude about women. He generally does not like them, but I think a lot of people notice it's more that he doesn't like how women, when these novels were started being written, are supposed to act. The series got started being written in the 30s and I think went until the 70s when Rex Stout died. And they are basically written in comic book time. Every time a novel is published, it is set in the current year.
Oh, okay.
So, and they never mind that 20 years have passed. They never talk about like anything being aged or different. So it's like they're weird little time capsules. Like you can actually like in some of the later books, they upgrade to like Archie has to get on a plane and go across the country really quick, which you couldn't do in like the 30s. They move on from like having the radio to like having a TV in the house kind of it. So there's a lot of weird period pieces, but like especially in like the 30s to the 40s and 50s era. A lot of the like what women are supposed to be is like quiet or over emotional. If either they're supposed to hide their intellect or not be intellectual at all, and like Wolfe doesn't like any of that emotional namby-pamby nonsense. He literally he has to like excuse himself from the office if like the clients burst into tears kind of a thing. He is a gourmet and a hedonist, and he is not here for your weird human nonsense. He wants to read a good book, but his lifestyle is very expensive, so he has to take jobs. And often he needs Archie there to like be like, "Hey, boss, the bank account's looking pretty slim. You should take a job," kind of a like. He doesn't like to work, but he does work. So they have a very interesting dynamic back and forth, and I like it a lot. I've listened to a couple of the stories over and over, so it kind of got me in there. And like I said, I think they've had a lot of heavy influence on this, on like what I think of like detective stuff. But it's interesting because I picked up a little something. I like to order things from the Amazon. In the early 2000s, there was an adaptation of several of the stories by AMC.
Oh, really?
Starring Timothy Hutton and Maury Chaykin. There's 2 seasons of it before AMC decided that they were the Dog the Bounty Hunter channel and rebranded everything.
Oh, yeah.
Reality TV killed so many good TV networks, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And it makes sense. This is like highbrow, high-budget stuff. Like, Everybody's like wardrobes are like really elaborate. They do the whole like period piece thing where they like completely cycle their period pieces. But there's 2 seasons of it. They are fairly faithful adaptations of the short stories or individual novels they're based on. Because Rex Stout also published not only the stories but also like novellas and short stories, often in triplicate. Like he would fill the sides of a full-size novel with 3 short stories. And I quite like them, and I think I've had them. I like watched the first time through like my library's DVDs, and I believe I had acquired them at some point through the old colors. But I was like, hey, I'm an adult. I can support things I like. I went online and I found Amazon selling the full DVD, both seasons, complete series box set on DVD for a discount. It was only $40 instead of $60, and I was like, fuck it, I got money. And apparently this is the Australian release. Thank God that doesn't matter anymore. But I note that like some of the inside jacket has like go to this website .com.au, and I'm like, okay. But it's multiple discs, and I'm like, that's cool. They're pretty long, and they're in multiple parts. I know Discord yelled at us about how events are real.
Oh yeah.
And now that I've got them on DVD, I could always, if people want to watch Pulp Mysteries come together, I could always rustle up the crew. And we could do a streaming. I will warn everybody, these are old enough. They are early 2000 enough. I think this was like 02, 03 that these first came out. They are still in 4x3.
Yep, I was about to say.
Yeah, they're boxed. But if I can watch Naruto in box, I can watch Nero Wolf in box. And they've got some great. Let me actually see. Does YouTube have the soundtrack? So I let a snippet play on the audio version. I will link this to people so you can check. But like, this is the style of music. It's got that kind of brassy, swingy little bit that that's the opening as well. So like, I have a lot of fond memories of both the books and stuff. And like I said, I've been trying to actually crack open my audiobooks and listen back. And it's a good way to kill time while you do stuff. I suspect I will also continue doing that while playing Astray Ascending, because I have heard that the story is not super tight, but it has cool JRPG gameplay, and I'm like, that probably means there's gonna be some grinding and stuff. I'm gonna have some time to kill. And as always with literature, I do like to occasionally plug the things I like, and these are quite classic and quite well regarded. I've heard a lot of time talk about them as very famous American mystery series. They're so old and so popular. There are actually old school fan theories and headcanon about this.
Oh wow!
It was proposed as a hypothetical in the 50s, I believe, that Nero Wolfe is actually related to Sherlock Holmes. It is said in the novels that Wolfe has a portrait of Sherlock hanging in his office, but some people actually, because he's from Montenegro originally. I believe a science fiction writer actually came up with a theory that entered into some great encyclopedias of mystery stories back in the day, that he was either Sherlock Holmes' son by Irene Adler, or he was related to Sherlock's brother Mycroft, because Mycroft Holmes is known for his own, kind of sedentary, relaxed lifestyle. I don't know if there's supposed to be a one-to-one, but it's certainly an interesting theory, because Wolfe is, he's pretty smart. He calls himself a genius, but he's not magic. Really a genius. He's good at like coming up with stuff, but the books. The stories are really good because Archie usually introduces you to the clues. Because it's first person, they do the thing where like Wolfe and Archie realize the solution, but Archie doesn't narrate to you right away because he wants you to feel the impact of when Wolfe gives the summation, right?
Right.
But usually you get the clues as Archie at least gets them, and sometimes Wolfe is like, he's an eccentric. Sometimes he and Archie get a little catty. Sometimes he doesn't let him in on the plan. So, like, some stuff is kept from Archie and thus from the audience, but, like, usually it's all in good fun to make, like, the reveals work, and sometimes it's not even that. Like, you know who the guy is before the guy knows he's got, and you get to, like, watch the scene play out, because, like I said, this is classic armchair detective shit. Nero Wolfe invites everybody down to the Brownstown, sits them in chairs, serves them a highball and says, I will explain to you the mystery. That guy did it. Arrest him. And like I said, maybe a little action light, but there's still occasionally some gunplay and stuff. There's some, some of them have some interconnecting meta plots. And occasionally some of them take place in places outside of New York. So it's a fun, varied series that's got 40 years of experience. Check them out. I picked up a whole bunch of them in hard copy from my library's surplus sale once upon a time.
Mm-hmm.
The old ass first or second printing of some of these pulps. Good old book smell. But yeah, just wanted to throw that out there for people because I know that we have some literature heads in the back. And honestly, you can use Nero Wolfe as a literature gateway to more literature because the story will often remark what books Nero Wolfe is reading to avoid work. But yeah, that's almost everything on my list. The last thing is just a really quick note. I've cleared my notepad now. Which is just, I mentioned this in brief on Let's Talk FGO, but we also talked about lots of other stuff. I want to bring it up again because it is relevant. That I did see a notification from the Netflix as I browsed through stuff. Double checking if there's anything I want to watch on there right now. And I might, but I got a lot of TV stuff to watch now. Not only do I got my DVD and Shang-Chi, but there's other stuff that's in the backlog as well to catch up. I'll work on that probably when I'm not so hot to trot on video games. But in preparation, I think, for Part 6, Part 5 of JoJo Golden Wind is now all on Netflix. So you can now completely catch up just on Netflix before you jump to the new season. And I do believe it was mentioned to us in the patron chat last time that we're getting 12 episodes in the first drop in December.
Yes.
So that'll be kind of interesting. We'll probably have some thoughts on maybe not right away, because I don't know what day it is, and I don't know if I'll have time to chew through 12 episodes, but we'll probably definitely talk about them, because I would probably prefer to watch it in chunks rather than week to week. Should also double check. I want to see if they said anything. The podcast I watch about JoJo, Dogs Must Die, they took a hiatus after they finished Stardust Crusaders, and they haven't come back yet, and I'm wondering when they're going to get in there. Can I mean, yeah, it's I can read that. That's a classical piece of art. Sorry, there's a commentary about statuary I want to read, but one of them involves, Michelangelo's David, complete with, the Pinchua, and I'm like, can I retweet that? Yeah, it's a piece of classical art. Everybody's seen that penis. You will appreciate this tweet also, Lucky.
Let me go to Twitter then.
But other than that, questioning whether or not we can retweet things on Twitter, that's, like I said, everything on my list.
All right, well...
You managed to clock out a pretty clean 4 hours.
Yeah, I'm...
Showed up Blue Archive. Definitely interested in that.
Mm-hmm.
YouTube did not stop yelling at us about our bitrate, but I don't think it mattered. The only person it bothered was us. But yeah, that probably means we can wind down if you don't have anything further, and I think as we've covered, you seem not to.
Nope, I'm good.
All right. No last-minute flash of brilliance?
Nope. I am not a clever man.
Alrighty. Well, in that case, let us do the outro and skadoodle on out of here. Go about our business.
Alrighty.
Yeah, like I said, nobody seemed to have any problems with audio or video, so...
I'm glad.
Good.
I really am.
It's good. Good. Glad we got to see the stuff work. Okay. So, I will now do the outro. Goes a little something this. If you like this video, be sure to give it a like. I know that several people showed up for Blue Archive and then left, so our like ratio is sufficient. But if you have any comments... yeah, don't worry. If we forgot anything, we do them on a stream. Oh, yeah. I think Lucky said most of his high-level thoughts on Alan Wake at the end of the Alan Wake stream. But we do have some extra chapters of Alan Wake to wrap up, so we'll probably be doing that still on Monday. That is our plan. Mm-hmm. To go back to Alan Wake. If you have any comments about Alan Wake or anything we talked about on the show, leave it in the comment section down below. If you're new here, please subscribe to our channel to keep getting episodes of What's Up and our other podcast, Let's Talk FGO, and lots of other things. And even if you're already subscribed, ring that bell for notifications so you always know we post a new video or when we stream. Stream What's Up, when we stream on Mondays, when we do other stuff. It's really cool. Check it out. You can also join our channel membership for emotes and membership badges you would have seen earlier in the stream or the VOD whenever you're watching this. That also you get access to special, members-only super chats you can throw out there once a month. It's cool. Check it out. And, of course, you can also support us on Patreon. You can get access to this episode in audio format early or late, whatever. You get the audio downloadable for as little as $10 a year, and it's definitely early for Let's Talk FGO.
Yeah.
Very early. So check it out. It supports us. Like I said, that's the kind of stuff that helps. It doesn't, always completely cover, but it helps us drive forward doing stuff like you're talking about, mic refreshing. We're talking about cameras and other setup and stuff. Your Patreon dollars at work. And with all that, though, that's my spiel. So I will see you guys next week. And I'm ready to skedoodle on out of here and edit this audio, everybody.
All right, we're going to get on out of here. I'll see you next time, everybody.